Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the select board meeting on Tuesday, June 14th, 2022 at 6 p.m. We have 4 board members in the room. Lisa Braccio, Andrew, I almost called you Rachel Malinowski because that's my own assistant, Andrew Dennington, and Sam Stivers, and myself, Chelsea Malinowski, and Ms. Cook may join us on Zoom, and so we will look out for her. So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6 p.m. And our first order of business is a very exciting scholarship award that we get to present at the select board meeting every year. And we have 5 recipients receiving awards this year, and Isabel Murphy is going to take photographs of all the recipients. So I'm just going to have each board member is going to present 1 or 2 recipients, and we're going to say a little bit about them and where they're going to school, and then they'll be presented with that award, and then the next one will go.
You could just even present it right here.
Sure.
That'd be great.
So I have Owen and so Owen, and if we could just make sure we're towards the owl when we speak. So Owen's going to Northeastern University. You can come on up, and he's going to major in computer science and business admin. He was a Science National Honor Society member, a Science Olympiad, okay, and you tutored Finn students on computers. So congratulations to you, and he's a recipient of $500.
Oh, you want to stand next, just stand next to her so I can get a photograph?
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Congratulations.
There you go.
Great. Isabel, do you want a picture if mom and dad are here too,
Yeah.
with Chelsea as well? They want to step forward?
Yeah, and then hopefully we can get after, we
Sure.
will pull up your meeting, maybe I'll ask all 5.
That'd be great.
If they could take a photo outside.
Perfect.
May I get a photo?
So don't leave when you're done.
Okay.
Right, exactly. Nope. Check and run.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, if I could have, oh, Andrew, you're next, sorry. Sorry, Andrew.
Okay, thanks. So I would like to present the second award to Mia Gorman. So congratulations. The amount of this scholarship award is $1,000, and Mia will be going to UMass Amherst with the intention of studying biology. Is that right? And Mia's been on the National Honor Society, on the gymnastics team for 4 years, and was the captain most recently, and is also outside of school worked at Elite Gymnastics. So congratulations, wish you the best, and we present you with this certificate of scholarship.
Thank you.
And check.
Is that what Mia's parents here? Would you like to do those two together?
Congratulations. One with me, and then-
Yes, please. There we go.
Great. And if you guys stick around, I'd like to take some outside too.
Okay.
All right, now it's my turn. Julia Hayes, if you'd like to step forward, Julia. This one is near and dear to me. Julia is getting the Linda Hubley Scholarship. And many people in town know the good work that Linda did. So this is a tremendous honor. It is $1,000 scholarship. Going to Berkeley for music education. She's a Musicians Inspiring Challenge. She created volunteer group focuses on making positive impact on community through music. She's in the jazz band and Music Honor Society. So Julia, congratulations to you on all your fine work. I present you a check for $1,000 and your certificate as well. Congratulations. Get a picture as well. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Oh, thank you. Next up is Jolena Dance. Well, I know the family, I'm very proud, so Jolena, congratulations, you're getting a town scholarship of $500. You're going to the University of Southern California for occupational therapy, congratulations. You were in dance and athletics in school, so again, for Jolena Dance, we congratulate you on your achievements. And come on up. Okay, thank you so much.
Caroline, present the Caroline Scholarship Award here. Caroline is going to Brandeis next year, education, elementary education. Maybe come back and sound to teach at some point. She's been a peer mentor and leader. She's 4 years in the soccer team as captain, and she's been involved in Tomahawks as an assistant teacher. So it's great pleasure.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Jeff.
Thank you.
Parents here for a picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And congratulations to all 5 of you, and thank you to the scholarship committee, all your members for your hard work on pulling this together and taking all the applications in and evaluating and, working on the funding that you all put forward. So thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you.
Love to take pictures. That's after a second. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great
Thank you
night.
so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
And Ms. Cook has joined us on Zoom. So hi, Kathy. Hopefully.
Hello.
Okay, great. And before we get started tonight, I just wanted to acknowledge and pay tribute to Dorothy Fannett, who passed away recently. She was a town employee for 28 years or so as a member in the Board of Selectmen office and also the town accountant. So condolences to her family with the passing of her. So, okay, and just one order of kind of administrative. If anybody in the room wants to speak, if you could just come up to the table, just because the owl's here, and I just want to make sure everybody can hear at home. And Kathy, if you can't hear anybody, if you can just interrupt us. I don't think you'll have a problem with me, but anybody else in the room? Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So
Can you guys hear me?
yes. All right. So we'll go to public comments. Yes. Okay. Why not? Yeah, you can sit. Sure.
Hi. Patricia Burns Fiore, 10 Winchester Street. This afternoon, or this morning, I forget, I sent a letter to the select board. Given its length, I'm not sure you've had time to read it, but I would like to read part of it into the public record. And I promise I'm only going to read the first page, the letter part, and not the additional 6 or 7 pages. Dear Ms. Cook and members of the select board, over the last several years, with an especially dramatic increase this year, the taxpayers of Southborough have expressed numerous concerns regarding DPW management, town employee Karen Galligan, the DPW's use of funds, and allocation priority of projects. All have received no response, and policy remains exactly the same. The superintendent's employment contract is up for renewal at the end of this month, and our understanding is that all negotiation on this contract has occurred in executive session. Thus, the true employers of Ms. Galligan, we the taxpayers in Southborough, will not know the details of the contract until it is signed and in effect after 6:30. I'll add an addendum. It was posted as part of the packet today. Therefore, we feel it is important to let the select board know our thoughts now on the operation of the DPW and what we see as the errors and egregious behavior that is taking place without repercussions. Further, we wish to have input on how projects are prioritized. Please understand this letter is not just for me. The following list of issues, concerns, and projects is sent to you on behalf of dozens of concerned taxpayers with names removed so they might remain anonymous. Although the comments I received may only represent a small minority of this town, not one was positive regarding the way the DPW is run, how it spends our money, the way it is overseen, or the actions and decisions of the superintendent. I urge you to take these thoughts of Southborough taxpayers, the people who elected you to represent them, into consideration when you place your vote on continuing the employment and contract of our current DPW superintendent. Southborough can do better, and we should. And then it follows with 6 pages of comments that I received from members of the community in regard to their concerns about the DPW.
Thank you. Anybody in the virtual room wants to speak to public comment, if you can raise your hand and I'll pull you over after the people in the room who are done. So this gentleman will go and then we'll go to you, Chris. Hi.
Hi, my name's John Tobin. I live at 6 Stockwell Lane, been a resident for 20 years. Sam, I saw at the transfer station the other day and I really appreciate his time sitting there just to listen to questions and concerns to represent the town, because those of us who are crazy busy at work don't have time on a Saturday to spend his time. So thank you. He recommended I come here tonight. The sidewalks in front of my house are horrendously buckled. It's not okay. I first contacted the town almost 2 years ago, September 14th. I have a myriad of emails if anybody wishes to see them. Was told it was going to the town planning board, and I don't know how our government works here, then the town planner, then the DPW, and they couldn't decide for a few months who was in charge of sidewalks because the town had built this 25 years ago, and then I guess it moves over. You guys understand it. I almost don't want to. Then I was told it was going to be addressed, and the potential solutions, working with Karen Galligan, I guess, remove the sidewalks and not replace them. She asked me to canvass the neighborhood. We have emails and stuff. They absolutely want it. We got a whole bunch of new people in there with small children, and they want sidewalks to walk to the, I'll pass these as you guys can look. This is right in front of my house. That is my wife after major foot surgery. She can't walk down her own street. So it's been 2 years. So Lisa, we spoke last August. I was on vacation. I remember where I was. I was at the beach, and you were very helpful, but still to this day, I've had no response. The solutions would be to, Karen, maybe cut all the trees down on one side of the street, which is basically ludicrous because when you drive down the street, it's gorgeous on both sides. The trees were mandated to be planted there when they built the neighborhood. So Eric Oswald, also an AKA Santa Claus, lands, is a neighbor. He contacted one of the people, he does visit Bartlett tree to see if those trees could survive, if the roots that are offending in those pictures were cut. The answer is yes. So we got a bid to do, once the sidewalks are removed, to cut the offending roots and put the sidewalk back. Like I said, I was asked, absolutely everybody wants the sidewalks. My kids are in college, so I'm good, but that is best. Was asked to recommend, so what needs to happen is we need to remove the sidewalks, cut the roots, and put back a sidewalk. If they're surgically done, they're okay. Like I said, I can leave any emails or anything. Sam had mentioned on Saturday that the town has received several $1 million for projects like this. I was told by Karen, and I've emailed back and forth for 2 years as we spoke. I just don't know how it works. I don't know what needs to occur. But I run 70 retail outlets for a living. And if somebody came to me and showed me that, you are so liable for anything that happens, especially if you've been notified and you know it's a dangerous situation to not fix it. It's my tax-paying money too. We're in trouble. We just don't fix it afterwards. So I don't know how it works, but 2 years is a little long for this. So I hope that that money has been allocated. I hope the sidewalks on my street, Fitzgerald and Stockwell, are being fixed. And I've already done most of the homework on what needs to occur to do it the right way. So don't know the next stop, next step, but Sam said to come and let you guys know. So you guys tell me, what do I do? If the pictures speak for themselves.
So this isn't listed on our agenda tonight, but
Okay.
we will certainly take note of it and somebody will follow up with you.
Okay.
And Kathy's our chair and she's listening. So
Okay.
her or I will work on next steps for this. And if you don't mind, if we can keep them,
You
because you
may.
showed the pictures, I just want to make sure we have them for the record.
Sure,
If that's
please.
okay?
Yep. Do
Okay.
you want the Bartlett's
Sure, if you have that as
recommendation?
well, sure.
And then I'll just leave my name and number on a piece of paper.
That'd be great. Yeah.
And then whatever you guys want to do. And, but I want to make sure that that money doesn't get allocated without this. You can't do much more than, you can't walk down my own street. So anything else I need to?
No, if you can write your name and your phone number or email address or whatever.
Yeah, I'll get it all.
And
Thank you.
just leave it with.
Thank you again, Lisa. Thank you. And Sam, thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Good evening. I'm here to just, first of all,
Sorry,
talk about,
name
I'm
and
sorry?
address, please.
That's right.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Robbins. I live on 39 Parkerville Road. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a resident. And I just want to compliment this board. The last time Marika Munseth was sitting here and you were all thanking her for the exceptional work she has done. And the two most important words in this town and anywhere are thank you. And conveying that is so important. And one of the items, and each of, there were, I think, 4 of you who spoke in a very complimentary and appreciative way of the good work she did. One of the things mentioned was her grants, but we didn't talk about how much. She and with others here in the town, Mark and others who helped on these applications for grants, brought in over $323,500 in grants. And when we're talking in this town about all the services and the cost of doing business, I think that's an extraordinary achievement. And she led the way with others, including Claire Reynolds, who was doing a lot of the grunt work to enable that to happen. There is currently an application for $80,000, which takes this grant level up to over $400,000 if that one comes in. And just as a highlight, we had 50,000, there are 50,000 Executive Office of Energy. Now, this is working with the state. And I think a lot of people on different committees don't realize they have access to state resources that these grants come from. The Executive Office of Energy, Environmental Affairs, Planning Assistance Grant. That is the time frame around when the zoning bylaw passed. And the zoning bylaw, everybody says, oh, we got to vote. Are you kidding me? It took almost 3 years to educate and get information from citizens and residents to put that zoning bylaw together and to collaborate with the planning board to enable that to happen. That was a Herculean effort. And Marika was the force keeping all the energy going with the EDC and other committees to enable that to happen. So that the town deserves an enormous thank you for that. Who the heck passes a zoning bylaw these days? It's very difficult. And all that homework that she led the way with, along with others, enabled that great event. Then we had $24,500 for the Massachusetts Department of Transportation Shared Streets and Spaces Grant. In addition to providing funding for planters, picnic tables, and bike racks in the downtown outdoor spaces, how to make the downtown beautiful and attract people to come to our community. The most important part was funding during the initial COVID period to provide tents and portable heaters for restaurants to enable them to stay open and residents to enjoy outdoor dining. That was a lifesaver for a couple of our restaurants. So we're grateful for that. $204,000 from the Department of Housing and Community Development, the Micro Enterprise Grant. Here we provided and assisted 11 businesses with up to $25,000 in emergency grant funding for each of these businesses to keep their businesses going and pay their staff during this really business downturn. I can't tell you how many businesses I've met, including a brother who lives out and has his own business. Everybody was slammed. And this kind of boost really made a critical difference to, and sending a message to the business community at large that we support you and we're a part of a team to overcome these great challenges we've been facing. And currently we have a $45,000 grant in process from the Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs and a planning assistance grant. Now, that's $323,000. Now we've got an $80,000 grant that was submitted in May. And that is to fund a zoning review of Route 9. This is a part of the collaboration process. Is of identifying issues, wastewater, infrastructure, zoning, financial incentives, outreach, et cetera. And the decision is expected in the late form. Again, over 400K in grants. And I just want to say we have avenues to bring in more funding if we just get creative and take advantage of these resources the state is trying to provide. And I want to say thank you for all the support you gave her, the EDC, on these critical issues. I wish you all, oh, the only other thing is, to the audience listening, we have a vacancy and it's going to be hard to replace Marika. And so we're looking for people to acknowledge the posting of there's got to be some revisions made, and there was some complication getting out the notice, but we're looking for support from all of you and everybody in the town to find a worthy replacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room for public comment? Anybody online, please raise your hand if you have anything. Thank you, everyone. Okay, our first scheduled appointment is the Town of Hopkinton indirect connection to MWRA Water. And Mr. Purple, do you want to tee this one up?
Sure, I can give a brief introduction of this. Excuse me, in the room tonight, we have Norman Kamalo, who's the town manager from Hopkinton, John Westerling, who's the DPW director, and also Amy Ritterbush, who is the chair of the select board. I hope I didn't butcher that. And also Tim Tees, who is our water consultant this evening. There have been some preliminary conversations, over the last several months. Hopkinton is looking to find a way to connect into MWRA to find a more sustainable source of water for their community. We had done this previously with the town of Ashland to help them provide a resource. Mr. Tees had been working on that project as well. He's been working with Hopkinton to try to see how we could make things work for Hopkinton, also to protect and potentially improve, our water situation here. So I'm not going to jump on your thunder at all. I know you did a little bit of presentation, but the purpose tonight is to get the board to get an understanding of where we sit. This is not something the board is being asked to decide on this evening. This is simply an informational meeting. And if there was an outcome tonight, it would simply be to take another step forward to our communities, continuing to discuss this and hopefully moving, towards a memorandum of understanding should we feel that doing this is beneficial to both. So I'm not sure who wants to lead off. You probably heard the instructions. The owl, is your friend.
Vanessa, can you make Chelsea co-host? Wouldn't work on mine. There you go. Okay.
No, I want you to share.
You have a couple of handouts.
You're doing that.
Okay, thank you. We're also spraying on my neck.
Back up.
Parkerville. Or just look on Lisa's.
We're gonna put it on the screen, so everyone can see it in the room. There we go. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. We've already done the introductions. To my right, Emerita Bush. She is the chair of the select board in Hopkinton. First off, let me thank the select board here in Southborough for placing this matter on your agenda. Thank your staff, the town manager, Mark Pebble, and the DPW superintendent, Carrigan, for their time and effort helping us in understanding how to proceed with this request. Specifically, Hopkinton is seeking a new permanent connection indirectly to the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority through the town of Southborough. And tonight we have a two-part presentation. John Westerling, Hopkinton's Director of Public Works, will explain the need from Hopkinton's perspective. And Tim Ties, our consulting engineer from Pi Engineering, will provide the technical details on the project. And Amy and I will be here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Chair, good evening.
Tell me when to go to the next page.
You're good right there.
Okay.
So Hopkinton's water supply is not sustainable. Our existing sources combined with water that we purchase from the town of Ashland are insufficient to meet the needs of the growing community. And Hopkinton has no other viable water sources. All of our wells have manganese, iron, and/or PFAS. Filtration of the water sources is an option, but that has double the capital cost for us as opposed to connecting to the infrastructure of the MWRA. It's difficult for us to maintain water levels in our storage tanks during periods of drought, which affects our fire, equalization, and emergency storage. Periods of drought require that we reduce the amount of water that we pump from our sources due to water levels dropping in our aquifers. So that compounds our water supply issues. Mass DEP's Water Management Act permit will further reduce the amount of water that we can pump from our aquifers, and that also will compound our water supply issues. Ashland's connection to the MWRA provides no benefit or additional water to the water supply that we can purchase from them. And all of these factors will worsen as a result of climate change. If I may have the next slide, please. Thank you. Connection to the MWRA will provide a sustainable, safe, and reliable water supply to meet the town's essential needs into the future. The water will meet all of DEP's public health standards, and it will be resilient to climate change and droughts.
Thank you. My name is Tim Thies. I'm an engineer with Park Corporation. I'm actually the town of Southborough's water consultant. And I was engaged by Hopkinton to assist them with this because as the Southborough's consultant, we have a lot of insight into Southborough's water system and how to make this kind of project move forward. So when we set out to help Hopkinton with this issue, right, we knew that we were going to have to wheel the water through Southborough to Hopkinton, right? Southborough has physical connections to the MWRA system. Hopkinton, there's no MWRA infrastructure in Hopkinton. So we knew we were going to have to make connections or buy water from Southborough that was originally purchased from MWRA. So when we set out to do this project, our first goal was to make sure that we could do this without having any adverse impact on Southborough's customers, right? Southborough's customers pay for their water. We don't want to see a reduction in service to those customers. So that was our first goal. We also set out to see if we could use this project as an opportunity to make improvements in Southborough's system. Like every system, Southborough has needs. It has capital plans. It has a master plan for improvements that they're going to have to make in the future. So we took a look at this project and said, is there a way for us to take this project and use it to the benefit of Southborough as well as Hopkinton? So to physically move the water from MWRA to Hopkinton, all right, and we plan right now to make a connection on Parkerville Road at the town boundary in the southern part of town. To physically make that connection and actually supply water, we're going to have to make some physical upgrades to Southborough's system. And those upgrades include increased capacity to both your connection points, right? That's the Hosmer pump station and the Bolin pump station. Those are the two places where you buy water from MWRA. We're going to have to make water main upgrades in the system to help us actually transmit that water from the northern part of town, which is where your connections are, to the southern half of town, where the connection to Hopkinton is going to be. We're going to replace the Oak Hill storage tank, which is one of your 3 existing storage tanks right now, and I'll explain that. That's a big benefit to the town of Southborough, and I'll explain that. And if you're interested to see that tank, that is the photo on the cover of this presentation, is the Oak Hill storage tank. We're also going to eliminate, as a result of this project, we're going to eliminate 4 pressure reducing valves that the town of Southborough has right now. And those are mechanical features in your system that they provide a function, but they are also something that requires maintenance and replacement over time, and something that we would prefer not to have to live with if we can. And we're going to use this as an opportunity to get rid of those. We're also, we're going to install, and this is a smaller project, but we're going to install a new pump station, a very small one, at the in the Schuyler and Fairview Drive neighborhoods to increase pressure in those neighborhoods. And there's a lot of reasons why we're going to do that both benefit that neighborhood and fire protection in the area in general. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how these projects, those bullets were a list of the projects that we're going to do, how these projects really benefit Southborough. And I'm going to do this in ascending order. I'm going to start with the projects that have a benefit, but a relatively small benefit, and work up to the projects that are really significantly beneficial to the town. So the first upgrades, the first projects we're talking about are upgrades to the pump stations. So as part of this project, we're going to essentially remove all of the existing piping, pumps, and most of the electrical in those pump stations, and we're going to replace it with all new equipment, right? Because we need to add capacity to those stations to serve Hopkinton. So what Southborough is going to get out of this is all new equipment in those stations, electrical, mechanical, control equipment, which is a real significant benefit to the town, although these are not necessarily high priority projects for the town of Southborough, because we just recently upgraded Hosmer about 2 years ago. And about 8 or 9 years ago, we upgraded Bolin. So they have relatively new equipment in them right now. In the time frame of this project, it'll be probably a couple of years before we actually make these upgrades. That equipment will be 2 years older. So it's not going, like I said, these aren't high priorities for the town of Southborough right now, but it will result in new equipment, which means extended service life for those stations for the town of Southborough. All at a cost that would be paid for by Hopkinton. The next improvements we're looking at are the water main upgrades. So we're looking at about a mile, a little bit more than a mile's worth of water main upgrades in town. And these are going to be happening in a few different areas of town. And what those water main upgrades will do for the town of Southborough, well, they'll help move the water to Hopkinton. They will also improve circulation in the town of Southborough in your existing pipe network, because we're talking about removing smaller diameter, older pipes in the system that are currently bottlenecks in the system. So we're going to remove those with larger, newer pipes. These pipes will also improve fire protection in the areas where we're doing that work, right? Because we'll have larger diameter pipes, we'll have more flow available to us in those areas. So this is going to improve fire protection in certain areas of town. And then, like I said, these pipes are generally older pipes that we're removing. I would refer to these pipes as sort of medium-aged pipes, and they average between 30 and 60 years old. And in the water system, in the water business, that's not a very old water main. We expect to get about 100 years out of our water mains when we put them in the ground. So it's not critical that we replace a 30 or 40 or 50-year-old water main, but it will benefit the town by increasing the service life of that pipe network, right? You'll essentially be getting brand new pipes in those areas. And then the last set of upgrades, the last improvements we're going to talk about, these are the ones that are really significant to the town of Southborough. We're going to replace the town's Oak Hill water storage tank, right? And this is about an 850,000 gallon tank that sits at the top of Oak Hill Road. When we replace it, we're going to replace it with a taller tank that's about 23 feet taller than the tank that's out there now. By doing that, we're going to be able to eliminate the two pressure zones that the town runs at right now. So the town currently has what we call high service area and a low service area, right? Essentially, it splits the town down the middle. The western side of town is the high service area. The eastern side of town is the low service area. And low service versus high service, that doesn't have anything to do with pressure. It just means that the topography, the elevation on the west side of town is a little bit higher than the topography on the east side of town. So we call the east side the low service area and the west side the high service area. But because of that change in topography, when the system was created many years ago, they put the storage tanks in at two different elevations. Taller tanks for the high service area, shorter tanks for the low service area. And as a result, we have to split the town down the middle and we have to run it like two service areas, essentially two mini systems within your one system. What we're going to be able to do is we're going to match the elevation of the high service area tanks with the new Oakville tank. So essentially, we're going to run the system now as one pressure zone, one big system rather than two smaller systems, right? And that's going to allow us to eliminate those 4 pressure reducing valves that I mentioned earlier that split the system. Those valves allow us to move water from the high service area to the low service area right now. But with this change to the system, with this taller tank, we won't need them. We can move water freely between the two areas without any pressure reducing valves. So we're going to be able to eliminate those, which is a maintenance headache for the town. We're also going to add, by adding 23 feet, we're going to add about 10 PSI worth of pressure to the customers that are in the low service area right now. And generally, 10 PSI is not a huge amount of pressure, but it's generally well received when we add a little bit of pressure to a system, right? It means that your shower has a little bit more pressure. You're able to fill up a container of water a little faster from your sink. Your hose will reach a little bit further. So 10 PSI, it's not a huge increase, but it's enough that I think people will see a nice bump in their pressure. It will also, and this is not to get too far in the weeds on the hydraulics, but in the future, in the long-term future, when Hopkinton is growing its peak demand from Southborough, there's some customers in what we call the low service area now that might see a small dip in pressure, not a very significant dip, about 10 PSI when they're drawing all that water. So adding about 10 PSI to the system now will offset that pressure reduction in the future. If we add 10 PSI to the low service area, we're going to improve fire protection in the area, the low service area now. All the hydrants are going to have a little bit more pressure behind them with a little bit more flow available, a little bit more delivery capacity at those hydrants. So we're going to be able to improve fire protection in the low service area of town. And it's really going to help in certain areas where I won't say the town is deficient in fire flow, but it's lower than what we want to see in certain areas of town. And this is going to help to improve that. In some areas, it's going to rectify that entirely. It's going to put us up over that threshold where we want to be for fire protection. It's also going to help us deliver water to Ashland. We have a commitment to Ashland to deliver 1 million gallons a day. Having a little bit more pressure on that side of town, which is where their connection is going to help us move water to the Ashland connection easier. So it's going to improve our ability to get water to Ashland. The current tank right now, in that photo that you see, it's a long standpipe. It's a tall standpipe. There's a lot of what we refer to as unusable storage in it, meaning that the water at the bottom of the tank is at an elevation that's too low to really be usable to the town of Southborough, meaning that the town really only uses maybe the top 20 or 30 feet of that tank. That tank right now is 85 feet tall, and we can only really use the water in the top 20 or 30 feet because once the water level drops below that, we start to see unacceptably low pressures in parts of the low service area. So we always have to keep the water above that, an elevation about 20 to 30 feet below the top of that tank. So when we replace that tank, we're going to reconfigure it so that it's not a standpipe, right? We're going to put all of the storage at the top of the tank, which means that we're going to take all of that space that's unusable right now, we're going to eliminate it. And the tank is going to be 100% usable right now, which is going to go a long way for the town in meeting the town of Southborough storage requirements. So we have known for years and we have been planning for a long time to make improvements to the town of Southborough's storage, right? This was something that was contemplated when the system was first created. As a matter of fact, the town actually purchased a piece of land back in the 60s on which to put a new storage tank. And so it's been something that we've been looking at for a long time. And it's because the town runs right now at what we refer to as a storage deficit. meaning that the town is operating with a little bit less storage than what we would like to see a town of this size have. And a lot of it has to do with the unusable storage that I was talking about. And a lot of it has to do with system demand and fire protection requirements. But in a perfect world, we would add storage to the town of Southborough to get them above where they're supposed to be, total volume wise. By putting a larger tank up at the top of that hill, we can eliminate that storage deficit entirely for the town. We can take care of Hopkinton's storage requirements, as well as eliminate that deficit for the town so that the town has all of the storage that it currently needs. And that will eliminate that future project where we were talking about maybe adding storage in the future for the town. That would eliminate the need for that project. And this is where we get into some of the nuances of hydraulics, but right now the town has 3 tanks. And 2 of them are in the low service area, and they provide backup to each other. In case I have to take one of those tanks out of service, I can do it and have the other tank provide storage for that area. But Terra, which is the tank in your high service area, has no backup. So the plan has always been to add a second tank to the high service area to provide backup for Terra and to also take care of that storage deficit. By putting this tank in taller and matching the elevation of Terra, we no longer need to build a second tank in the high service area because now this tank will serve both needs. It'll serve the customers that it currently serves in what we call the low service area. We're going to get rid of that term because it's going to go away. And it'll provide backup to Terra, right? So we will no longer have to build that tank in the high service area. And then lastly, we may be able to, and this is one point we're still evaluating, we may actually be able to eliminate your overload tank, which is the smaller of the 2 tanks in your low service area right now. If we size this one sufficiently, we may be able to eliminate that tank entirely. So what that does for the town is it moves you from a scenario in the future where we had expected to have 4 tanks in town, and 4 tanks are expensive to own and to maintain, right? You have to paint tanks every 15 to 20 years. If you have 4 tanks in your system, you're looking at painting these tanks on average every 3 to 5 years. At a cost of about 1 million gallons or more per tank. That's a tank projects, not all of the tanks every 3 to 5 years. It's a tank every 3 to 5 years, right? So these are expensive to own and they're expensive to maintain. So we're talking about moving from a scenario in the future where the town of Southborough has 4 tanks to maintain down to just 2 tanks to maintain, saving the town quite a bit of money in the future on operation and maintenance costs. So there's a lot of benefits to the town of Southborough to raising the elevation of the Oakville tank and replacing it with a bigger tank, and which is one of the key upgrades as part of this Hopkinton project. So I'll end with a couple more points about this project. We're gonna phase this project, and we're gonna sequence construction in a way that minimizes disruption to the town of Southborough. Right, there's a lot of work in this. There's a lot of work to be done as part of these capital projects that I've outlined here. We're going to sequence them such that the town sees no disruption in service. You're not going to see any disruption in service when we're upgrading the pump stations. You're not going to see any disruption in service when we're replacing the tank because we have means in place. We'll have means in place to provide temporary service when that's happening. When we're doing the water main work, we may have to do a very short duration shutdown while we connect customers to new pipes, which is typical of every water main project that's ever been done. As you know, somebody's connected to an old pipe in the street. We replace it with a new pipe, we have to reconnect that customer. So that might result in a short duration, a couple of hours of a shutdown for that customer while we make that change. But really the impact will be very, very minor, right? So that's how this project is going to get designed and phased in the future. And then the investment that Hopkins is looking to make in this system with all these projects is upwards of around $8 million. And that includes hard costs and soft costs. So hard costs being the infrastructure, the soft costs being the engineering, design and permitting costs that go along with that. So quite a bit of investment in the Southborough system as part of this project. So I will leave it at that.
Great, thank you very much. I think we'll just go around on the select board here for questions. And Lisa, do you want to start?
Sure, that's great, thank you. What do you expect the peak demand to be? How many gallons from Hopkinton?
Good question. So we're planning right now for a peak demand in the future of 2.7 million gallons per day.
It's almost 3 times as much as Ashland. roughly.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And okay, you answered the cost savings, you put that on there. So you talked about the equipment at Hosmer and Boland.
Mhm.
And what is the typical lifespan of that? I think you said, correct me if I'm wrong, either like 5 years or something.
So it varies per piece of equipment, obviously, but generally speaking, we expect to get 30 years out of all that equipment that we put in the station, right? So we're talking pumps, you'll get more out of the piping, the electrical, you'll probably get about 30 years out of. The controls, you might not get as much time because that technology is constantly upgrading on the controls. But generally, we'll say 30 years on that equipment.
So we're roughly what? What would you estimate in the two pumping stations as far as how many years into the 30 are?
So at Boland,
Yeah.
we're about 8 to 9 years into that 30.
Okay.
And at Hosmer, right now, we're about 2 years into it.
Okay,
And keep in mind, this, like I said, this project will happen in probably a couple of years. So at that point, everything will be 2 years older.
right, that was my next question. Okay. And when you do replace piping, I assume in the $8 million savings number you built into Southborough, it's repaving the roads that are dug up and, so it'll be a seamless
Correct.
for Southborough. Okay, and so the tank currently on Oak Hill is 85 feet, did I hear you correctly?
It's about 85 feet,
Or
correct?
85 feet now, okay, so we'd be looking to, okay. All right, that's it for now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure. So just in terms of the timeframe of, so is this something that will be a project that need to be approved by the town meeting in Hopkinton, and there's a certain timing to that, and you're coming to the Southborough Select Board to see whether there's interest in exploring this before you take that next step? I mean, this is pretty a preliminary discussion of this. I'm just trying to get a sense of what is kind of the timing that is the framework in which we're going to think about this.
Perhaps by way of introduction, what we're looking at this as an informational session. We would like to give you time to digest the information, and then we'll come back for follow-up discussions. We are looking forward to receiving many questions from your team. And as I said earlier, we've been working collaboratively with your staff, and we will be channeling our responses through them. In terms of specific timing, there are several components to this project, and I'll let the engineers talk first about what may happen in Hopkinton. But for your information, at the last May town meeting, we received funding for the design of the project. So that is in place. And that's why we're able to come to you with some of the information we provided. There will be additional approvals locally, both in Hopkinton and, if you agree, here in Southborough, alongside state level approvals.
Correct. So we're expecting the design and permitting piece, because the permitting piece is going to be significant. There's a lot of permits that we're going to have to get to make this work.
Is that from MWRA?
We're going to have to,
DEP, or-
you name the letters and we're going to get them. We have at least 2 MWRA permits that we're going to have to seek, as well as a formal agreement to connect to MWRA. We'll have a number of DEP permits that we're going to have to get. Every project requires a permit. The pump stations require a permit. The tank's going to require a permit. We're going to have to do a MEPA filing and an interbasin transfer application through the state. Depending on where these physical location of these projects get cited, we're going to have to do some local permitting, maybe with the conservation commissions in each community, depending on where this work actually happens. So there's a number of permits that we're going to have to get. And that permitting process happens in parallel with the design process. We do some design, seek some permits, move the design forward some more, seek some more permits. And so we expect that design and permitting process is going to take between 12 and 18 months to complete. Our hope is that we can be pursuing this with Southborough while we are also moving in parallel with the design and the permitting piece of it, just to keep the project moving, because as John mentioned, the water supply is fairly critical in Hopkinton, and we don't want this to languish too long. But like, so we're hoping to move everything sort of in parallel.
So I want to allow other time. I'm sure Sam is on the MWRA advisory committee. He probably has some advisory board, sorry, has some informed questions, but so just two others. So in a scenario like this, if it's approved, I assume there's some type of pretty complicated intermunicipal agreement that governs how this works out. Is there, in such an agreement, would the town of Southborough have, for example, its own type of project engineer or project manager that would, looking at the quality of the work as it's done, just independent of Hopkinton would say, I'm evaluating this quality of the work and the design is something that meets, Southborough standards. And are there, you put in a new station, does it also come with things like warranties with it? And, another issue is increasing the height of the tank is something that potentially has an adverse effect on property values and sight lines in that immediate neighborhood. And from your experience, are there ways that as part of this project that those adverse impacts can be mitigated in an arrangement like this?
So I'll speak to the adverse impact. So what we would do with the project, with the tank project, because you're right, people may notice a tank that's 23 feet taller than it is right now. So the first thing we would do is we would go out there and we would understand exactly what that height is. We would actually do some visual realizations for folks so they could actually see it, actually float a weather balloon or some other physical thing up there. So people could actually see what the height of that tank is and see what the actual, how far away people can actually see it. That's a fairly well wooded site and it's fairly well off the road. So it provides some nice screening right now. So we'd have to take a look to see how effective that screening would be with a taller tank. But then in terms of mitigation, again, we could take a look at additional screening around the tank. We could take a look at color. Color makes a big difference when you're putting up a new tank. Surprisingly, not surprisingly, but what you would think of as the color of the sky is not always what the color of the sky actually is, and we would paint it to match what people would see from a distance. So it's actually a very light color. Would help to, I won't say camouflage, but help to blend it in so it's less noticeable. So we would take a look at those things for sure. Your question about warranties. Yes, all of the equipment in the station and all the new equipment that we purchased all has manufacturer warranties for it. And so that all would be collected on behalf of the town of Southborough to make sure that you guys have all the warranties for that equipment. And then I believe your first question was, would somebody be overseeing this on behalf of the town? So independently. So the way we actually worked this when we did the Ashland connection is, again, since PAR is the town of Southborough's water consultant, we actually were out there every day during construction for the work that was happening out there, looking out for Southborough's interests, watching the construction happening, making sure that everything that got built in the town of Southborough was being built to the town of Southborough standards. So yes, the town of Southborough, again, will be out there during it, but if the town felt that they wanted a totally independent third party, the town could obviously engage somebody to do that. But I emphasize that we're brought on because we are the town of Southborough's water consultant. So we're here to make sure that this project has no impact to you folks.
Okay. Thanks. I have a few questions and a comment, I guess. One, just interested in some of the mechanical details here. What's the capacity of the new tank? Is it 850,000 gallons for the current one?
So the current one is about 850,000 gallons, but not all of that is usable, right? The new tank we're estimating right now would maybe be about 750,000 gallons. And you say, well, that's smaller than the tank that's out there right now, except that 100% of that volume would be usable, whereas only a small fraction.
And will the form factor of the new tank basically be a pole with a blob sitting on top of it to get full utilization?
So we refer to that as an elevated storage tank, and it would be a version of an elevated storage tank.
But that's basically a small cylindrical pole essentially that the tank sits on top of.
Correct. Also, all the storage is concentrated in the top 30 feet, or 35, 40 feet. So correct.
In terms of the utilization gallons per day, what's Southborough's current utilization?
So let's go back. So Southborough utilizes in the summer right now about 2.3 to 2.5 MGD.
So
in
it
the
doubles
summertime.
basically the draw.
Correct.
That's the Ashland draw.
Yeah, so it's about 2.3, 2.5 for Southborough. Ashland adds another 1 million gallons of
Right.
capacity. And you may be interested to know that the pump stations that you have right now have about 5 million gallons of capacity total. So there's some extra, I say extra, some unallocated capacity there. Right?
And the new pump stations will even have more cushion in them. In terms of the piping that's going to be replaced, it's a mile of piping,
Correct.
but it's a lot farther than a mile to the Hopkinton interchange point, right? So we've got capacity in the system currently.
Correct. So your pipe network right now, it's fairly robust. You have a lot of looping in your system,
Yeah.
which helps us to move water around. We have done some other upgrades recently that help, some upgrades on Route 9 that help your capacity.
Okay.
And so these are very targeted places where we're making new connections where
Yeah.
connections don't exist right now, or we're removing smaller diameter pipes where they're a bottleneck.
So I guess I'm interested in getting a sense of how much disruption from a construction standpoint there's going to be in terms of water mains. People are obviously concerned about digging up my street and noise and dust and so on and so forth. Where is that going to occur generally in terms of the new pipeline construction on what kind of streets?
That's a good question. So some of it is going to happen down at the physical interconnection, right? So down on Parkerville Road, there's a couple of streets and side streets that feed to that area, but come up just a little bit short.
Yeah.
So we're going to connect those side streets and make that connection there. So there's some of that piping is going to be there. Some of the piping is going to be up near the Oak Hill tank, right? Because the Oak Hill tank is going to wind up, as I've mentioned, this is going to be a critical piece of infrastructure for this project.
Yeah.
And we want to make sure we can get the water out of the tank to the connection.
Yeah.
So we're going to make some upgrades near the Oak Hill tank.
Okay.
And then a big piece of it is going to be on Parkerville Road. So Parkerville Road right now is a main north-south connection in your system. And it's a little bit undersized. So we're going to wind up increasing that
This is Parkerville north or south of Route 9?
south of Route 9.
Too bad Parkerville north needs repaving, so I can't roll that in. So Hopkinton's total draw then will be through this connection.
Correct.
Once it's made.
Correct.
Okay. I may have some more questions down the road here, but just a comment that I assume you're aware that MWRA is very eager to sell more water these days. And I certainly can't speak for MWRA, but it's my expectation that Thursday, the advisory board is going to make a recommendation to their board of directors to waive the entry fee for new communities, new water communities. And I have no idea what yours might or might not be there. The MWRA board of directors may or may not agree with that recommendation. But if they do, that could create a significant financial impact. And if you've not been following that, that would be an interesting thing to stay connected with. MWRA has about 25 million gallons a day of excess water that they're now dumping over the dam spillways, which is unfortunate. And there is a strong push to actually sell some portion of that water where they can in reasonably convenient places where they don't have to build a lot of piping and pay for it. So that actually affects the economics of everybody in the system. If you spread the fixed cost across more ratepayers, that's a big bonus. The other push is that the communities who did pay the entrance fee are, shall I say, excited about the prospect of, wait a minute, why do those guys get in for free if I don't, kind of thing. So that conversation has been heated and going on, but I would guess there is a reasonable chance that that entry fee may be waived, but that's something, again, that would be worth following pretty closely. And hopefully that'll be resolved in the next several months here, but we'll see. So that, again, if you haven't factored that into your economics, that would be something to take a look at. So
We have factored in the connection fee, but we are very eager to find out the outcome of that.
So overall, I think it's a great project for Southborough, and you know, if we can deal with the aesthetics of the tank, you know, rotating beacon for aircraft on top of it or something, not be popular, I guess. I don't know how high you have to go for those kind of things, but sounds like it solves a number of interesting engineering problems. So hopefully we can keep this moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, do you have any questions at this time?
I do, and I don't know why you can't see me anymore. It says the host doesn't want to see me. That's why you can't see me.
We didn't want to tell you.
So anyway, but I can hear you fine. So I'm going to go back to something that Ms. Braccio brought up a second ago. So when we talk about $8 million of cost to Hopkinton to do these things, we're not saying that we're necessarily saving Southborough $8 million, correct? In other words, we wouldn't necessarily do every one of these in the very near future.
Correct. Correct. You would not necessarily do these. Like I said, the pump station projects are not a high priority. You would do them someday, 30 years, we'll say, but not immediately. The water main projects, you may do some of these in the future, but again, these are not super high priorities for the town of Southborough. The tank project is something that we want to discuss with the town further in terms of potential cost sharing there, because it does solve so many of the town of Southborough's issues. But this would be a project that Southborough would get at a deeply discounted price.
Okay, well, that was actually my next question, because on the memo we got, it didn't say Hopkinton was going to pay for the new tank. So you're saying Hopkinton is not saying they're going to pay for the new tank?
Well, we're hoping that's something that we can discuss with the town about potential cost sharing, but like I said, it would be a project. This tank storage issue is something that the town is going to have to address at some point here in the near future. And this is a way for the town to do that at, like I said, at a deeply discounted cost to the town.
Okay. All right. So there would be a cost to Southborough of something if we were to go forward with the whole project as has been outlined. Yes.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Mr. Purple, have we had any issues with the Ashland interconnection? Are we happy with it? Are there any regrets as far as that one goes?
I've not heard any issues with it. I've heard nothing from Ashland, and I haven't heard that there's been any issues on our side of the operation either.
Okay. My last question is, one of the references in the memo was to building some type of structure over on Schuyler.
Correct. So that would actually be not so much a structure, but a small booster pump, an inline booster pump for that neighborhood to improve pressure in that neighborhood. And so that neighborhood, yep.
The neighborhood has been opposed to a new tank over there. So when you say a booster pump, what does that mean?
So what it would be, what you would physically see if you were looking at this booster pump would be if you are familiar with what a wellhead looks like, if any of your friends have private wells on their property, it's
Yes.
a small cable sticking out of the ground, you would see maybe a couple of those sticking out of the ground with an electrical and control cabinet adjacent to those. The location of that, yep.
Nothing major.
Nothing major. And actually the location of it would be off of Deerfoot. There's actually a 12-inch main that runs through the woods off of Deerfoot. And we would site it there in the middle of the woods where nobody would actually see it.
Okay. And you occupy the same role for Southborough and Ashland? Exactly. You're their water consultant also?
I'm not Ashland's water consultant. We did that project for Ashland again because we work for Southborough and because we have insight into the Southborough system. We did that project for them, but we're not Ashland's full-time consultant. Nope.
So they have their own water consultant?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Last question is, you stated, I just want to make sure I heard this, that Hopkinton is willing to go ahead and spend money on engineering, design, et cetera, in parallel with our consideration of this?
Correct. They have the money allocated just to go forward with design. And like I said, we would like to move forward in parallel, but we're going to move forward carefully. So as not to put ourselves out there too far without a commitment and without, further discussion with the town.
Well, I don't see a whole lot of reason not to at least go to the next step on this one, other than, what the 23 feet on Oak Hill might do to the site there.
Kathy, is that it for now?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So I have a few questions. So if we were to decommission what would have been the fourth tank, what will happen? They'll just take it away and
so
how does that work?
So the fourth tank doesn't exist right now.
Okay, so the third tank.
The third tank, yeah, they would demolish it.
Okay.
And take it away.
Okay. will this have any impact on our water rates for Southborough?
This should have no impact on your water rates.
Okay. Will this require any of our employees that work for the water side of the house in terms of our resources?
No, so Southborough will continue to run Southborough system and the infrastructure in Southborough system. And Hopkinton will continue to run everything on their side of the town line.
So what if there's a water main break on the source that goes to Hopkinton, but it's in Southborough?
So the pipe connection, the physical pipe connection that we have to put in there that would go from Southborough to Hopkinton, it's actually very little pipe in Southborough. The piping right now in town comes almost right to the spot where we need it to be.
Okay.
So your obligation would be to that piping would be just a few feet. It wouldn't be very much at all.
Okay.
And Hopkinton would be everything after that.
But we could technically have a break in Southborough that would impact Hopkinton.
Potentially,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
Okay. Do you know what other boards and committees would need to weigh in on this, like the height of the proposed tank, anything that needs to happen in terms of conservation, any land related to conservation, anything like that?
So,
Zoning height restrictions.
yeah, I mean, what we have found is that utility infrastructure is sometimes exempt from zoning height restrictions. But we would obviously run this by the zoning official before we proposed anything. In terms of conservation, again, we're going to be putting it on, our plan is to put it on exactly the site where the tank is right now, almost in exactly the same footprint. So we wouldn't be impacting any natural resources.
Can I piggyback on that, Chelsea?
Sure.
What about off Deerfoot, where you're looking to put the station
Yep.
that you just talked about? Is that in a, potentially you might need to go to Conservation Commission for that area?
We would certainly look at that. We don't believe so right now, right? There's an existing water main that runs through there right now. And we plan on putting it essentially right on top of that existing water main.
And in terms of capital, I know it's $8 million, but we don't necessarily know when we were going to spend that. Can we figure out from like our long-term capital plan, anything that was on the docket in the next 10 years, just so we know out of the 8 million, what we were going to spend in the near future, or maybe you know.
Sure.
that.
Well, what I can tell you is the pump stations,
Mhm.
and the water main work, none of that is in your 10-year plan right now. Because again, those are not high priorities for the town of Southborough. The pump station that we have put, this one on that serves the Skylar Fairview Drive neighborhoods, that one is in your plan. That's probably in the next 5 years.
Okay.
We're looking to do that.
Okay.
And then the tank project, this tank project has been, we've been working on this for quite a while, and even engineers before I was involved with the town, I've been working for the town of Southborough for 15 years. Even engineers before me were looking at this tank project. So it's hard to put exact timeline on that, but that's becoming more critical as system demand goes up and as development happens.
In your mind, what's the risk for Southborough to do this?
We're really designing this to be very, very low risk for
Okay.
Southborough. I mean, that's really our intent here, is to make this not just a good project for Hopkinton, but a good project for Southborough.
Sure. Okay, we'll go around again.
Okay, sorry.
Quickly.
So I think mine's relatively quick. So in costs of looking ahead, actually two questions. So on our pump stations, obviously, in order to pump out an additional 2.7 million gallons, there's some upgrades that need to take place. So 30 years from now, say we've done this now, it's all completed today, 30 years from now, when the equipment needs to be updated again, that falls on Southborough specifically for the management and maintenance?
That's a great question. That's something that would be addressed in a future intermunicipal agreement about who pays for what. It can be, I'm not saying you have to do it any particular way, but you could incorporate it in the rates that you charge Hopkinton for the water that they're purchasing from you, because they're going to purchase this water. So it could be incorporated in the rates now, and then Southborough could pay the full freight on those upgrades in the future. Or it could be that I won't say reduce the rates, but you don't charge them as much right now with a cost sharing agreement in the future for upgrades. It's something that it certainly can be worked out.
Okay,
It will be worked out.
Two follow-up questions. So this is a follow-up question off of Ms. Cook's question about cost sharing. So under the current calculations that Hopkinton would not be paying the full cost of the tank for Southborough.
So the way we have it budgeted right now, we have budgeted there's some cost sharing for just the tank part of the project.
So for the $8 million in the spreadsheet that values the investment at $8 million, was there a number used as a placeholder or something about what was the ratio of cost sharing?
So what we had budgeted in there was that Hopkinton would take on all of the water main expenses, all of the pump station expenses, and this is just a placeholder. I'm not suggesting that I'm not negotiating on behalf of anybody, but we have in there as a placeholder right now, 50-50 cost sharing on the tank project.
Okay, I mean, I think of it something as, it's not really a complete short-term need that the town has, but there's attractive features of this, but, and then also, so one thing I did to I just brought me with the executive summary of the April 2022 water master plan. And one thing which is good is that of the recommended capital improvements that are things we need to do long-term, one we're already doing independently of this, right? The Newton Street.
Correct.
Okay. And then it looks like this does check off, I think, everything on there, right? Upgrade system storage in the low service area, high service area. This would there would be one service area.
There would be one service area. Yep.
Even though we don't actually need a ton of extra capacity right now.
So right now, your storage deficit, and I apologize, I don't have the number exactly off my head. Your town requires right now about another 200,000 to 300,000 gallons of storage, right? Right now, independent of anything Hopkinton is doing, the town of Southport could use another 200,000 to 300,000 gallons of storage. And I might be off by that number. I got to check my report. This project, raising the tank, would eliminate that deficit. You guys would have all the storage that you need.
Are there any other significant long-term capital improvements that are not in the master plan that you think are also significant that we should be considering?
Well, there's a connection that between Presidential and I believe it's Fisher, thank you, that we think is very critical, that we think the town of Southborough really should pursue.
Okay, that's in there. Are there any others?
Oh, you mean outside of that report?
Yeah.
As it pertains to the Hopkinton?
Oh, so the
connection, or just-
Presidential Fisher is not part of this?
It's not part of this.
Okay. Okay.
Sam, anything else?
A couple more things, thanks. Storage actually is an interesting one that people don't think about from an emergency preparedness standpoint. If you think about some sort of disaster where water supply is cut off, having 1 million gallons of water in town that we can circulate locally is a pretty valuable asset, in fact, in terms of public safety that I think a lot of people don't think about. Second, MWRA actually has a sizable hunk of money for interest-free loans for water system upgrades. And Southborough actually has $3 million that we haven't touched for that. If that comes up, it would be an interesting possibility in terms of financing. And what is the cost budgeted for the tank itself? You said that was separated 50-50.
Yeah, right now we're budgeting somewhere between 3 and 5 million for that
The
elevated
tank
tank.
itself.
For the tank itself, yeah.
Okay. And the other final point is that it seems to me that this is obviously a project that would generate a fair amount of public interest in various parts of town. At least. I would think this would be a wonderful opportunity for the Public Works Planning Board to be the vetting process here and to, in fact, I would look to them for recommendations about this and look to them to hold public hearings on this to gather public input and get public support for this. A placeholder thought for the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy, do you want to add anything else?
I do, and I wasn't joking about the video. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. So anyway, it wasn't me. So a follow-up question to what Mr. Peel said a minute ago. I just want to make sure that we heard this correctly. And it's related to what Sam said about the MWRA having 25 million extra gallons they'd like to offload. Why wouldn't this affect our water rates if Hopkinton were to start buying, 2.7 million gallons? so that the cost would reduce, or the fixed cost would be spread over a broader denominator. So we'd pay less money for our water, which then would impact our water rates. So it seems to me that it would impact our water rates.
It would slightly. I can answer that. MWA actually have done some modeling on that. If they sell an extra 5 million gallons a day, that trickles down to something like $30,000 a year less for Southborough spread across the MWRA assessment. So it's not a
Do it
huge
again, Sam. How much do they have to sell?
5 million a day impacts
Okay.
Southborough by like $40,000 a year in terms of our assessment. Because we don't
All
use
right,
a
so
lot.
not that much.
Bulk of it goes to Boston, as a matter of fact. They use a huge proportion of the water, so. But it helps, certainly. It does lower our rates a little bit, but not so much that I noticed.
And I also agree that this would be a really good project for the Public Works Planning Board to pick up. And so I would want someone to agree to call Ms. Galligan and ask her to ask the PWPB to meet and start looking at this.
Great, thank you. And I'm gonna go to Mr. Bath. Oh, did you leave us? Andrew, I was gonna bring you over, but I don't see you anymore. Oh, he's back. Oh, there it is. Okay. Andrew, you should be able to talk.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Pfaff, 50 Oak Hill. Obviously, this is I live on Oak Hill. This is directly in I'm in a butter to this project. I think few concerns I have is one that the 23 feet on this tower would be a significant increase in height. One of the benefits of this tower is that it is pretty well surrounded by trees. So would the trees need to be touched at all to replace the tower? I think that's my biggest concern. And then two, did the town ever go forward with putting the water tower on Fairview? I thought that was the priority for the water system, at least it was a few years ago.
So to answer your second question, no, the town did not move forward with the water tank on Fairview. And actually this project would actually eliminate the need for that tank on Fairview. Then with regard to the trees, I mean, I'd have to look to see how close those trees are physically to the existing tank, but our intent is not to take down any of the surrounding trees to make this project go. Unless unless those trees right now are encroaching on the existing tank, I don't see a need to take down any trees.
Okay, I mean, I think the biggest concern is obviously a bigger tank that's going to be more visible. I mean, this water tank, more than anyone in town, is directly in a residential neighborhood. There's a very small postage stamp of land that it sits on, basically in the middle of a residential neighborhood. While it's pretty well hidden with the trees, it could become an eyesore very easily and affect property values. So I think we just need to be cognizant of that, work with the neighbors and the abutters to come up with a plan that works for everybody. The other piece is at the top of Oak Hill, including my house and my neighbors, our water pressure is terrible. I think I have 6 PSI, so I have to put a pressure pump in. $2,500 Grundfos pump to run my house. And I think it's just, if we could work with the DPW to, if we're benefiting and making this better for the rest of the town, it's in our backyard and we're not really getting any benefit for it. I think I'd like to work with the town just to make sure it works for the neighbors here.
To re-mention my other point, so this will add 10 PSI to all of the customers and all of the residents that live near the Oak Hill tank. So this will add 10 pounds of pressure to everybody. So it'll be an improvement in pressure.
It's not. I mean, the problem at the exact same level. So the issue is the drop in tank, and there's not an elevation change, I don't think.
Oh, do you mean when the water level in the tank drops, your pressure drops significantly? Am I understanding that?
Yep, I have never had good water pressure. I had to put in the irrigation well just to water my lawn.
Gotcha.
So is that something you think this would address or?
Well, this will do, so the tank being taller, like I said, that will add 10 PSI
Yeah.
to everybody, right? Including anybody who lives near the tank. We will also be able to run, because we're gonna push all that water into the top of the tank, we're gonna be able to run at a narrower band, meaning that the water level in that tank on a regular basis will not have to fluctuate as much. Right now, that water level might drop 25 feet on a normal day, because it's so skinny, there's not a lot of water in that tank at the top of the tank. So when demand picks up in the morning, the water level in that Oak Hill tank drops very, very quickly. Right? And you might lose 25 feet of that water before the pumps turn on and refill it. Because this tank is gonna be much, much wider at the top than it is at the bottom, we're gonna be able to run that at a much narrower band. So we're not gonna see a 25-foot drop in water level in that tank in the morning. We're gonna see maybe a 5-foot drop in water level.
Is this?
But I thought that you said that if Hopkinton's is at their peak, that 10 increase might be offset by a 10 decrease from them, so that the net would be 0.
The customers that might see the 10 PSI decrease are customers that are down by the connection, by the Hopkinton connection. And those customers are getting very high pressure right now. They're getting 60, 70, 80 PSI right now. So they're getting well above the minimum requirement for those folks. They're getting very good pressure right now.
I was saying, just to be clear, Mr. Pfaff, who's right there by the Oak Hill tank, should see his go from 6 to 16.
He will see, yes, he will see a 10-pound increase. I'm concerned about the 6, and maybe we can talk offline about that 6 PSI, but he will see a 10-pound increase in his pressure at a minimum, and he'll see better, more stable pressure on a day-to-day basis, because we're not going to need to let the water level in that tank drop as much as it does right now. So it'll be higher pressure and it'll be more stable.
Okay, so the tank, basically, it wouldn't need to cut down trees because you would just put just like columns. That would be the base of it, and then would it be like an orb, for lack of a better term, that's wider than the current? Just
There's
cylinder?
different styles, but
Okay, spherical.
so see, a spherical tank looks like, people refer to it as a golf ball on top of a tee. That's one style tank. We could look at that. There's also other tanks where you have a little bit wider base, and then the top part is not quite as spherical, but it is round. Imagine the tank that you have right now with a wider cylinder sitting on top of it.
Okay.
That's what the base of the tank that we're going to put there is going to be about as wide as the tank that you have right now.
Golf ball on a tee.
Maybe a golf ball, maybe like a short can, like just a round cylinder. Yeah.
Good. Sorry. Just one more question. So how do you anticipate, I'm assuming there must be some level of access there now to, is that access big enough and wide enough to be able to get in the parts for the tank and all the work that you're going to need to do?
That's a very good question. We will, as we move through the design, we will have to look at the construction access that's going to be required. Different style tanks require different types of construction access. The golf ball on a tee is built much differently than one of the other style elevated storage tanks. They require totally different construction methods, different construction access. So that's something that we would look at as we're evaluating exactly the kind of tank we want to put on that site.
And I would hope that as we go through this process and that you would also consider, as Andrew said, there's a nice buffer there with the neighbors now. So I would hope that, less if no trees come down to be able to get this done.
Right.
Because one tree makes a big difference
Sure.
when you're sheltering at something that big.
Like I said, we'll look, as we're going to take all this into consideration when we start designing whatever this tank is going to be. It is not our intent right now to take down any trees out there. The tank that's out there right now, my recollection is not being encroached on by trees. The new tank shouldn't either, but if we have a nuisance tree, let's say, that's hanging over the fence or something like that, we may have to remove that just because it's a nuisance tree and it shouldn't be hanging over the fence. But our intent right now is not to take down any trees.
And one last process question. So as you move, say that we move forward within this process, will obviously this board would have to see the designs and, taking into a account, obviously, abutters and whatnot. So that is part of the process as far as design goes, that this board would have the opportunity to review and have a say, so to speak.
So the design is going to move forward in stages. And, you know, we're going to be looking to get public input as we move through these stages. The permitting process moves in stages and there's going to be public input as part of that. So there'll be plenty of opportunity for folks to review and comment on the design.
That's what I promise.
We have one hand in the room online.
Chelsea, can I just ask one more question before?
Sorry, Andrew, sure.
drop off?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So 5 years ago, Public Works Planning Board said Fairview Hill was the best place for a water tank. Can you just explain why that changed from, 130-page report till now?
So 5 years ago, before the idea of connecting to Hopkinton was ever contemplated, the plan for the town was to continue to operate as two separate pressure zones, the high service and the low service. And the idea was we were going to have 2 tanks in the low service area and 2 tanks in the high service area. The location of the tanks were selected based on elevation, based on a whole bunch of criteria that we looked at for tank siting. But the idea was ultimately to have 2 in both so that we could take 1 tank out of service while we did maintenance on it, and we would have a backup tank in that service area. And so the Fairview tank was going to be the second tank in the high service area. Frankly, it had not been contemplated until this point that we should raise the elevation of the Oak Hill tank by 23 feet and combine this all into 1 service area. And so it was as part of this project where we started to look at how best to deliver water down to the southern point in town. How can we affect that? How can we do that most efficiently? That we started to contemplate the idea of raising the pressure in the low service area to move that water more efficiently. And to raise that pressure means to raise the tank at Oak Hill. So it wasn't until this project that this elimination of the 2 pressure zones was ever even contemplated.
Okay, and one more thing is, I see Chief Achilles there. I would contemplate maybe also adding a radio antenna to the tower if at all possible. Thanks.
Andrew. This person had his.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, it's Michael Weiss on 189 Parkerville Road. I really would urge the board to think about this very carefully. There are all sorts of issues here. Everyone's very rah about the MWRA and selling more water. What does this mean for us, the residents of Southborough? It's all fine and good, that the fine folk in Hopkinton get more water. But why exactly, when your own consultants have told you that this is a terribly low priority project for Southborough, that almost every single element in this project is not a priority at all, why would we go through the process of planning, working, developing, spending our time to develop this project that has almost zero benefit ultimately to the town of Southborough and comes with huge concomitant problems? You're talking about opening up Parkerville Road. How many trees come down? What is the disruption? Who pays for the costs? We don't have a road budget now to pay for our current road repairs. Who pays for all these costs? Who pays for the police details or the inconvenience to the residents? You're talking a multi-month, if not a multi-year project to get something like this accomplished. This is not a small thing. Not only that, we are empowering our friends to the south to continue their process of rampant development, which they chose to develop knowing they did not have the water. Now, that's fine and good for Hopkinton, but for people who live on roads like Oak Hill Road or Parkerville Road or Woodland Road, who have to put up with the consequences of this huge development and the increase in traffic and all the other problems that go along with this is not a good thing. So in essence, this is like throwing gasoline on a fire to encourage more development with our neighbor and then have no plan for mitigating the effects on us. So I understand that this is going to go in front of the DPW Review Committee, which of course still has not met in 16 months. And I hope that that will be fixed fairly soon. But I personally, as a taxpayer, would not be confident to place another project of this size and scope under the management of the current DPW as it exists. We have a DPW that is currently under investigation by the Mass Department of Transportation for potentially.
I'm sorry,
Alex,
Mr. Wentz. We're going outside of the bounds of, do you have anything new to add to this particular?
No, I'm sorry, Chelsea, I'm sorry. But I do believe that the state Supreme Court has decided that we do have a right to, is going to be reviewing cases of trying not to muzzle people when they're talking. So I would just like to end by saying, I hope that you will consider this, and I hope that you will have a huge amount of resident input going forward. And by the way, I will add that that current tower on Oak Hill Road is a registered historical resource of the town of Southborough. It has its own MACRIS listing. It's listed on our historic surveys report. So I hope you will have the consideration to consult with the Historical Commission about any future changes to that site. Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me just jump in here before we lose a train here. I wish Public Works Planning Board would reactivate and look at this, but we know it's going to go in front of capital. These are big capital expenses we're talking about. So capital is certainly going to vet this completely, Michael, from beginning to end. And so there will be much more opportunity for people to weigh in as this was started tonight.
And I think we have a few members in the room who would like to speak. So if you don't mind coming up to the table and whoever wants to go first.
Mimi Latrell, 19 Oregon Road. I'm a member of the planning board, but speaking as a private citizen. And as always, I agree with Mr. Stivers. I think this should be vetted through the Public Works Planning Board. In 2017, the report that was done to increase the capacity was vetted through Public Works Planning Board at the request of the Select Board, asked them to review it. So perhaps that could happen again. I would also suggest that although PAR is our water consultants that are currently working for Hopkinton, I would suggest that we have a peer review so that the interests of Southborough are reviewed and not just the interests of Hopkinton. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John Reed, 34 Bigelow Road. For just three topics or points that I wanted to just highlight. And the first one that's been reiterated now several times is really just thanking the Select Board in advance for making those arrangements to provide an opportunity for the public to listen to the presentation in more detail, and that being facilitated by the DPW Planning Board. So thank you for arranging for that. The second point is, and this is speaking partially from my own professional experiences, as much as I appreciate the presentation made this evening, as I listened to the technical and commercial aspects of the project, it seemed to be focused on one approach, and I would just encourage those professionals who are involved in the presentation which is very typical of citing boards and other public hearings, to provide various alternatives that the residents of Southborough can digest and understand and ask questions, and ultimately perhaps have a say in that matter as to why a certain alternative was chosen over others. And that can, without getting into, say, the fine details of that, it's appreciating that, and this is just off the cuff and having no familiarity with this project, is just understanding why it can't, for instance, be a direct connection from the MWRA water line and then and that it simply being a matter of Hopkinton building its own facilities. We're looking at joint facilities, and I think we heard some benefits from that in that type of, say, joint or shared facility arrangement. The third and final point is just with respect to, there was one or two comments made about growth. That's just a fact of the matter in terms of development. And if you read the news, or at least what I read on the local Southborough news yesterday, is mention of some sort of a mixed use development on Route 9 that could introduce additional housing. And just maybe also sharing the personal experience of driving through Hopkinton fairly recently. And I was quite frankly, I didn't actually know where I was in Hopkinton, but I was surprised to see a sizable development. And I happened to get behind a school bus and see half of a school bus full of children exit the bus and go up to that community. It was fascinating to see that with respect to development. I think everyone well appreciates there's housing is a shortage. And with that comes these opportunities where it will be more condensed housing. And I think it's a matter of time before Southborough is also, if you're not already dealing with that, we'll be managing that growth. So the short of that point is in these alternatives to please consider, there was mention of using that new tower as an example. It's not uncommon for projects to be both developed and financed on the projection of a 30-year useful life. If we want to be assured that those assets are adequate for 30 years, to take that into consideration for both Southborough and Hopkinton, and that's intended to avoid the situation that we don't progress 15 years down the road and find out that there's all sorts of shortcomings and finger pointings, and it doesn't do anybody any good. So with those 3 points made, I appreciate the presentation and thank everybody for their time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Litt? Mr. Litt, sorry. I just got a lot of complaints about people not being here, so I just want to make sure.
People will keep complaining about me, no matter what.
No, not about you, not about you.
But never not about being able to hear you.
Oh, okay, as long as, I just wanted to sort of raise the issue. Water is not my expertise. But in general, I find that, when you make things bigger and you make them more complicated, they tend to cost more. And so there's going to be some operational and maintenance cost increase that isn't, proportional to how much water we deal with. But the fact that you've got a pump that's 3 times as big, or a control system that's 7 times more complicated, I think it's important to think about, as we go forward, what will it cost us to upgrade our part of that? What's going to cost to maintain our part of that as compared to the baseline case of where we are today? So I think, there's a lot of detail like that it's important to look into and present so that it doesn't come up as a submarine, surprise.
Do you want to add anything based on any of the comments that you've heard?
This last gentleman's comment about the O&M cost is absolutely right. I mean, future O&M costs are going to change based on how we operate these stations. They're bigger. Like I mentioned, eliminating a tank and a potential 4th tank is going to have changes to your operating costs. So that is definitely something that should be evaluated between the 2 communities when they're negotiating the intermunicipal agreement and looked at. The financing piece of it definitely needs to be looked at.
Okay.
Yep.
Great. Anybody else in the room? Any comments or questions? Anybody online? Feel free to raise your hand if you have anything to add. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. Thank you very much for
Thank you for
coming in
coming.
this evening, and we'll look back at next steps and talk to Public Works Planning Board.
Thank you for.
Thank you for coming
Thank
tonight.
you.
It's a
Thank
pleasure.
you very much.
Nice to meet you.
That's you.
Next on the agenda is a request for Parkerville Road speed limit reduction to reduce to 25 miles per hour. And I'm going to bring over Mr. Moriana. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. What was that? Majorana, thank you. And I think I brought you over. If you want to unmute and give us an overview of what you're requesting.
Not there?
Yeah. You should be able to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for the invite. I think this is going to be an easy one for you after that one. Last 19 minutes. My name is Robert Majorana. I think the board is sort of familiar with the issue. I know my neighbor Peter Lapine, who was also on this Zoom, has raised the issue a number of months prior. Just from my background, the idea of going from 30 to 25 sorely needed at Parkerville. I was on the Trotter Building Committee back in 95 to 97 with the express charter of working neighborhood issues, safety issues, and we worked to put in the speed tables, we worked to put in the sidewalks, and we petitioned the state at the time to go from 35 to 25. We also petitioned to go have a three-way stop at Neary. And of course, we got nowhere with that. And I worked very closely with Keys Associates, our designers, the design engineers, and Willie Colery, Chief of Police, who was a real help in this. He thought we absolutely needed to do something. I posted at 35. The state was going to leave Parkerville at 35. We had a problem, of course, with Neary, let alone now we're adding all the kids at Trotter. So it was Willie who came up with the idea that if we posted thickly settled, we could arbitrarily set it at 30 miles an hour, which is better than nothing. And then I didn't know this, and Peter Lapine had let me know that selectmen now have the ability in a thickly settled zone to bring it down to 25, which is where Deerfoot is now, which is where Middle is now, and also have the opportunity to provide speed feedback signs if we need to. And I say this because through the pandemic, just over the years, there has been an explosion of people using the sidewalks on Parkerville Road. Kids are now walking home from school. Track team, track club at St. Mark's comes down every afternoon, running 4 abreast across the sidewalk, some into the streets. And the speeds are up. Even though Eversource did their upgrades, it gives us some additional traffic calming until we get a new pavement down. It's out of hand. And I'm talking school buses, usually empty, commuter traffic. People see 30 and they think 40, 45. If they see 25, they think more like 29 to 31, which is where we need to have it. And I think with the addition of speed feedback signs, we could really reset the tone for Parkerville Road. We get the most traffic, but Middle Road, Deerfoot even has speed feedback signs and they're posted at 25. If this is just a quick decision and a Phillips wrench to replace the signs, we need to do it for the kids and more than the kids. We need it to do for people who walk their dogs and everything. It's real hazard. And we hope we can get your assent to do that.
Great, thank you very much. And we did some due diligence on this, and there were some special acts passed in the town of Southborough in the 1970s that outline the speed limits on certain roads, and Parkerville is included on one of those, and it was included in our packet for anyone who's following along online, as well as all of these special acts for speed limits are available on the town website under DPW highway speed limits for anybody who wants to reference them. And so process-wise, what would need to happen if the board is so willing to do so is we would have to petition with MassDOT to reverse the special act that was passed in the 1970s to reduce the speed limit. And I think that there's some questions that I have related to how the school zones work with these special acts, and that a school zone with a flashing light trumps the special act that's on here, but that's only when the lights are flashing. So I think we have some inconsistencies with the roads, especially around our schools. So I'll go kind of down the line here before I kind of give my opinion of what I think potentially the steps forward could be, but just to get initial reactions to what was just presented to us. So Ms. Braccio, do you want to go first?
Sure. So you actually brought up one of the concerns I had was the 20 mile an hour for the schools. I don't know, and I look forward to you explaining to us the process, obviously, for going on a special act and the time frame that it would take and how it would affect the document that we have in front of us for Parkerville northbound and Parkerville southbound. I would be very interested in hearing that. Obviously, speeding is a major issue in this town, not just on Parkerville Road, but I understand the concern with kids, and anything that we could do to alleviate some of that. I mean, obviously, schools are a big concern with kids walking to school and whatnot. So I'd be interested to hear of what some of the options are, Chelsea, but I don't have any specific questions at this time.
Andrew?
Just generally, I'm supportive of trying to lower the speed limit in the way that Mr. Majorana has suggested. I think I have had some back and forth with Mark about caring about this before. I think it's actually simpler. I think we wouldn't need to do a traffic study. It wouldn't need any legislative approval. It's a special speed regulation that the DOT approved way back long time ago, and that it may be as just as simple as we write a letter, say, please rescind this special speed regulation, and then you would then the statutory speed limits would kick into play, and then we could do whatever we could drop it to 25 under that. So I think, this is an example of kind of the system working here. I think Sam deserves some credit for looking into that, having that a local option. So if a resident has a concern like this, they can come to us and we can make some progress. But however is the right way, I kind of will defer to Karen and Mark on that, but I'm supportive of it. And it's just a matter of, I was impressed by how arcane and this bureaucracy is about local speed limits. So, but I'm not gonna, whatever is the way you do it, I'm supportive of it.
Yeah.
As a stunning bureaucratic accomplishment here to complicate this, I think it's an easy decision. I think we ought to do it. And I guess I would be more worried about the school zone speed limit if it were 60 miles an hour, if it were higher than we're talking about. Since it's lower, it would seem to be not as much of an issue to lower this to 25 here. So I would certainly be supportive of moving forward as quickly as we can to follow up with DOT or whoever to get permission to fall back on the statute in place.
So just to be clear, a school zone is 20 miles an hour,
Right.
and you're okay with doing 25.
25, yeah.
So when the light is not, if the light is out and not working in a school zone, then it defaults to 25
Right.
miles an
Yeah,
hour.
that would be my
I just want to make sure.
proposal.
Okay.
So,
Kathy?
I also am supportive of the 25 and then 20 when it's school hours. But Mr. Myron, I want to emphasize something that you said. I live off of Pine Hill Road, and we've also had many concerns over safety. So one thing that was done on Pine Hill Road, we did add the driver feedback signs, and I am very confident that it has slowed people down much more than just a posted. So we're 30, but much more than posting 30. When that sign flashes at you, it just causes most people to take their foot off the accelerator. So I would encourage also the consideration of the driver feedback signs if you can do it in a way that doesn't interfere with the school zone signs.
I agree. I agree. And especially when you're coming off of Route 9, having like one there between Henry Knox and John Matthews, so they get the message right away.
Yep.
And then you come up against the school zone, and then maybe we do another one at the bridge by the Fay soccer field as they're coming off of Route 30. I agree with you. It was very effective.
So I actually think that if we're gonna look to do this on Parkerville North, that we look to do this by Parkerville South by Finn. Because I think if you're gonna do it for one school, and I would even include Deerfoot on that. And Mr. Mariana, I think you had said that Deerfoot was 25. I think Deerfoot, go ahead.
Yes, it is 25.
So on the special act from the 1970s, it does say 30 for like 0.53 miles. So I just want to look to see where those 30 ranges are and if they're actually at the entrances of Trotter or not. But I would suggest that if we're going to petition MassDOT on this to change the special act, that we kind of do take a more global, holistic view. I'm not sure how Route 85 fits in with Woodward on that, because it's a state road. But I think at least the roads that we can control, I'm most concerned about the school zones and making sure that, you know, I don't.
So
I don't know,
why Deerfoot, Chelsea?
because the Trotter.
Yeah, the Trotter entrance.
Okay, all right, I'm with you.
And it would be wonderful. I don't know how the bureaucracy could possibly work here, but if we could do this by the time school starts in the fall, we can kind of open that up. That would be great.
Oh, I don't know the timing of MassDOT, but I think if this board, it sounds like the board is supportive of pursuing this. And so I think we could act as quickly as physically possible. I just think we're at the mercy of MassDOT overturning the special act. And I also am unclear if there's a difference from MassDOT's perspective on speed within a school zone versus outside of the school zone. So if we're talking about Finn in particular, for example, the distance between the end of the school zone on the north side on Parkerville and then 0.06 miles south from Route 9, how they would view that stretch of road versus the school zone. So I think we need to think about how we would structure the petition to MassDOT to be what should we focus on, if that makes sense.
But let's be more inclusive rather than less in terms of what we ask for.
Yeah, I just don't know how they view a stretch and I'm sure MassDOT could explain this much better than I could, but if you read the supplement that was in our packet about how the flow of traffic, they look at the flow of traffic as well when they're doing speed, not what you want, but what it should be. So I just want to make sure that we're thoughtful in what we do. Go ahead, Andrew.
I think it's a very good suggestion, Chelsea, that our request also have both sides of Parkerville Road, but just also before it goes a little bit farther, it's because the agenda item was just this one street. But if we're gonna consider this on other streets, maybe we should do it as a separately posted item. But I think it's a good idea, and I appreciate your bringing that.
So there's a few hands. I have two Peters in the audience. So I'm just going to pick the first one that I see. If you don't mind stating your name and address, please.
Peter Lapine, 27 Parkerville Road.
Evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So in the proposal that I sent, I described where I'd like to see the driver feedback signs placed, specific locations, as Bob mentioned. So one is just north of Route 9, because people are driving 70 miles an hour on Route 9. And when they turn onto Parkerville, which is posted with yellow signs, 30 miles per hour, they tend to be going, 50, right? And if the school signs happen to be flashing, they might slow down to 35 or 40. But if those signs aren't flashing, they go as fast as they can. And Parkerville South already has driver feedback signs, and I'm pretty certain it's already posted at 25 miles per hour. The exception to these streets is Parkerville Road North. Deerfoot is posted 25 and has driver feedback signs. Middle Road is posted 25 and has driver feedback signs. This is on the north side of 9. And I know Parkerville on the south side of Route 9 also has driver feedback signage and is posted 25. So Parkerville Road North, unfortunately, only has diamond signs at either end at Route 9 and at Main Street that say thickly settled with a small yellow sign beneath it showing 30 miles per hour. The only other speed limit signage is those flashing signs that only are activated at school opening and school closing times. So for the summer, they're not on at all.
Right. And so I agree with that, Mr. Lapine. I did have an opportunity to talk to Acting Chief Newell earlier today. And part of the challenge that they have is if the light isn't flashing, then it defaults to what's in the special act from the 1970s, and they have less teeth to give out tickets. So I think it's beneficial for us to make sure that we petition MassDOT even on the south side of Parkerville to make sure that we can give our police officers the opportunity to write tickets if warranted.
Right. And what is the default for that special act? What's the default speed limit then?
35. So
yeah, if it's not posted, it's 35.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you. And are you also, do you have your hand up twice?
Yeah, I'll lower that.
Okay, just checking. Want to make sure I don't miss someone. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay. Are you all set?
Are we all set?
I'm sorry. I was talking to Mr. Lapine.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Ms. McCarthy.
Hi, this is Betsy McCarthy, 18 Parkerville Road. I think the strength of your argument would clearly be that that law that you are referring to, or that document, was written 45 years ago. The increase in, and I've been living here about 36 years, the increase in vehicular traffic is astronomical, as is the increase in building in the area. The entire road is only 1 mile from Route 9 to Route 30. And I would consider the entire road a school zone. So I just want to go on record supporting the lowering of the speed limit to 25. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody in the room want to weigh in on this one? No. Okay. Anybody else online? Feel free to raise your hand. Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out next steps for this one because you're right, Andrew. I don't think that we can take a position on more than just Parkerville. Maybe.
Suggestion.
Go ahead.
We could ask Mark and Karen to, it seems that there's a consensus to lower the speed limit to 25 miles an hour. About the issue that you raised, maybe you can just come and present exactly what the options are. If we wanted to make it to keep the 20 in the flashing area, this is what we would do.
Yeah.
And if we didn't, this is what we would do. And then we just, the next time it comes up, it's just like a clean vote to do A or B.
Okay.
Could they talk to
Any,
MassDOT about the process?
Yeah.
Suggest we could have an informal discussion with
Okay.
MassDOT and say, look, here's where the board is, here's what we're looking to do, here's what we did in 1979, here's what you did for us in 1979.
Yeah.
How do we get to where we're looking to be with protecting the interests of the school zones and changing the speed limit? from what it is now per the special speed regulation to what it would be under essentially chapter 90, section 17C. So I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
And once we get that determined, then layer in the driver feedback signs once we know we can do this.
And talk about other roads as well, other than Parker potentially.
Okay. Mr. Mariana, I think that's all we need for tonight. But certainly, if you have any other questions, you can feel free to follow up with us, but those are the next steps.
Thank you very much for your consideration. I think it's a good plan moving forward. We all really appreciate your support.
Great. Thank you very much for coming. Have a great night.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. Okay. Chair. Oh, I don't. I was not expecting that to be me. I was gonna look at you. Member report. Anyone have anything for member report?
No.
No. Okay. Administrator report.
I have nothing to say.
Okay, that was easy. Okay, I am going to read off every consent agenda item, and you tell me if you want me to hold it. A.
Hold.
I'm gonna hold. B. C.
Hold. Hold B.
Oh, sorry, Kathy, what was that?
Hold B.
I held B, yep. What about C?
Yeah.
We're good on C? Okay, D. E, I'm gonna hold. F,
I'll hold just to explain it.
okay. Okay. G,
Hold.
H, I'm holding. I. J,
Hold.
K,
Hold.
okay. All right, so,
I'm
is
sorry,
there,
Chelsea?
yeah, go ahead.
On K, I would only hold.
I was gonna hold it anyway, so just hold it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so is there a motion to approve C, D, and I?
Second.
We have to do a roll call vote because we have one member not here. So Braccio. Aye. Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski's aye. Okay. Hey. Who held that?
I held it up for May 17th and May 31st.
Okay.
17th.
Yeah, go ahead.
Line 371, Mr. Mello's first name is misspelled. Should be J-O-A-O or John, either one works. That's it.
Okay. And just for me, I think that these were distributed.
Last meeting and we didn't approve them.
I think you held it at the last meeting.
We did.
Yes.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to get in the way of this. So.
Okay. All right. May 31st.
I've got a few things.
Go ahead, Sam.
All right, line 39, I think it should be Miss Castle. Instead of Miss Castle, it should be Miss Wilson.
Yes.
In line 43, Marike is misspelled M-A-R-I-J-K-E.
Correct.
Line 214 should be Solf Property, S-O-L-F. And line 460 and 461, I think Mr. Demurray's quote was wrong there. I think what she said was that she would be interested in knowing about any plans or ideas that the St. Mark's Arborist has for this area. I'm pretty sure. that's what
Yeah,
she said.
right.
So,
Okay.
and then line 490, not the Mr. Leroy, just Mr. Leroy.
Okay. I had, are you done?
That's it.
Okay, I had a few on this one. Row 164, it should be Mr. Farrington, which is misspelled. Row 184, instead of based on need, it should be for all need based. I think that was it. Anybody else for May 31st?
Oh. okay. I have,
Go ahead.
on line 78 and 110. Okay, so this is in the bold part that's referring to the location of the
Yep.
trees. I would put after both of them, resident reported, just to be consistent with, because those were also trees where the request to do it came from the resident.
Yeah.
On line 186, Ms. Galligan stated time did not allow her to receive comments from the PWP, and she noted, instead of the board, I would say PWP, just to clarify that it's not a reference to the select board, it's a reference to PWP. On line 214, I don't know if someone already got this, Hurley is spelled wrong.
No, I think.
I know that's just one of my neighbors,
Yep.
but Hurley. And 492, sorry if someone also caught this. The word and should be an, A-N. That's it.
Okay. June 2nd.
No comments.
Nothing.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve open session meeting minutes for May 17th, 2022 at 6:30 PM as amended, May 31st, 2022 as amended, and June 2nd, 2022?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, Brascio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Lanowski's aye. Thank you. Okay, B. Kathy, do you want to go first on this one?
Yeah, let me see, is Tim Litt still in the audience?
Yes.
Okay, he took a look at these and had some issues and went back and forth with Ms. Galligan on them. And I just want to make sure that we have satisfied his issues. They were good questions, mostly that dealt with the mattress in box springs, as far as what to do with those. I thought it was clear, he didn't. So I just want to make sure that we make it clear as far as what you can and can't do with that. And then we haven't talked about transfer station stickers prices yet, right? It's $250 in there. We haven't talked about changing those. We've got, 8% inflation. Do we want to change those? Do we want to look at possibly charging seniors a little bit for stickers?
Okay, so Mr. Lick's at the table, so I'm going to let him speak to your first question.
Okay, well, I really didn't want to get into the middle of this because it's not my issue. I believe I've gotten rid of one mattress and one box spring since I've come to town. I don't have plans for any more.
But it's time for another.
But I did read the proposed regulations, and I did go back and forth with Ms. Galligan on this. So the issue sort of comes down to DEP is saying you can't put most mattresses and box springs, into the landfills anymore. But you can put those that are contaminated with bugs or mold or whatever. So that's hard to explain. Then the next part of this is that DEP was offering grants to enable towns to collect mattresses and box springs. And then contract with a recycler. This is something that Ms. Galligan has chosen not to do. And so her current plan, according to the last email I got from her this afternoon, is to just tell the public, here are a couple of places that accept mattresses. So being a silly, stupid person who really doesn't have this as his issue, I went and looked at those places, right? One of them charges $40 per mattress and box spring, and you have to bring it to them. And the other doesn't say that it will take things, in small quantities from residents at all. And so sort of the question I had outstanding is, gee, if I were concerned about this. Personally, I'd be going, so my sticker used to pay for this, it doesn't anymore. Why doesn't the town sign a contract and have a drop-off place or something? Because I wouldn't want to be strapping a mattress in the box spring or 2 or 3 of them on the top of my car and drive them to Framingham or wherever the other one was. It doesn't seem to me like we had a plan. Yeah. And then the second part of this is, by the way, it isn't just mattresses and box springs you can't put in anymore. It's textiles, which means clothing and all the rest of that.
That's in there, right?
Textiles are no longer acceptable.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's in the draft.
It says, yeah, it's in there as no longer acceptable at the transfer station. And there isn't a plan that I've seen for where to go, because the mattress place doesn't take textiles, and the place that doesn't take individual drop-ins does.
So there's also an option, all the schools, they have a textile bin that you can put in a trash bag and dump. So I'll ask Karen to add that.
All I'm saying is, it doesn't seem to me like there's a plan, and it seems like it's a big change from what currently exists for people who have to get rid of this stuff.
But there is clothing recycling at the transfer station.
Yes.
Right, but textile, like the schools will actually take like textiles, not,
Tablecloths.
yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and Goodwill doesn't want worn out clothing or dirty clothing. They want clothing that they can repurpose.
But there's an overall issue in the sense that we don't take TV sets, for example, now. So I guess I don't feel there's an obligation to take absolutely everything that someone can throw away, and you got to draw the line at places where we can do things economically. And I applaud Ms. Galligan for finding other alternative sources to recommend to people. Maybe we just need to do a better job with locating some of those alternatives.
And Tim, just so you know too, there's actually a bill, H4852, it came up today on the MMA meeting. There's actually an act to assess the future of mattress recycling in the Commonwealth. So if anyone's interested in following this, it is Bill 4852. So.
I would like to drop this as a personal matter.
You know, but again, you can actually follow it as it goes through the process if anybody's so interested.
The mattress truck will show
So,
up at your
and just
house
to that
next
point,
week.
not to belabor this topic, but when this came up at the last meeting, I think information we heard was that there had been prior efforts to recycle mattresses,
Yeah.
and it was disgusting because the mattresses would pile up and get mold.
And people would actually take them.
Yeah, so I think that for what rules and regulations are, what is here is, I would vote to approve it, but I think that that's a good suggestion, is to try to
Agreed.
provide more information about the places to dispose of.
On the website.
Right.
Thank you.
That's my 7 cents.
And Kathy, I actually held B for, or whatever letter we're on, B. We are B, oh, we didn't make it very clear. On the consent to talk specifically about the sticker prices. So historically, the board has committed to using $100,000 out of the general fund for the operational costs of the transfer station, and then have the stickers pick up the rest. And based on the projections of the number of stickers of FY22 and the costs of the expenses, then we're looking at spending $150,000 instead of $100,000. So we are increasing, we're now up to $50,000 over. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that before we took a position.
And I have a proposal about that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Being a senior, I will touch the third rail of sticker prices for seniors here. But if we were to bump the 250 to 260, if we were to charge $10 for each additional sticker, because they actually do cost us some money, and I think that's a reasonably fair way to do that for additional stickers. If we charge $20 per sticker for seniors, plus $10 for additional stickers for seniors, as with regular people, that would get us about $50K to be able to hit the target of $100,000 subsidy, which I think is a good number. And you can play around with those kind of numbers as well, but it seems to me that it is not unreasonable to expect seniors to pay a little bit for this service, which is a very valuable service. And additional stickers, I think, are also worth charging some for, because it does cost the town some money to buy those and to administer them. So that seems to me to be a reasonably balanced way to do it. And clearly, there are a variety of other ways you could do that. But I would certainly support something like that to move the subsidy to about the same level.
So I agree with part of that, Sam. I think that for a lot of people, this is a service. There's, you know, we have youth and family services, which help a demographic. You have the library. Not everybody goes to the library, and you have the senior center. So I view this as a service. I'm not against providing the additional 50,000 only because of inflation and what everybody's going through right now. I hesitate to add. I could certainly be supportive of adding a little bit to the top of the sticker. $10, I think, is fairly reasonable. For the second sticker, most households have to. I'd be more apt to put $10 on a third if somebody really wants a third bad enough. And I'm still, the seniors get nothing for their tax dollars. The majority of our budget goes to the schools.
I think it's an overstatement to say the
Well-
seniors get nothing, but.
Well,
they don't get the
overall,
school.
Sam,
We're only asking them to pay 8% of the total, and I think they probably do get 8% as far as benefit goes.
I agree, but it's always been, not that things can't change, but I think it's a nice benefit to be able to give our seniors, most of our seniors, not all, most of our seniors, you know, don't generate a whole lot of trash to begin with, you know, so. I
I'm
don't
not
know.
so sure about that, actually.
No.
I sit up there on Saturdays and I see a
Well,
lot of people walk by there, pretty big bags.
well,
Anyway, clearly it's a judgment call, subjective. And, you know, what I was trying to do is balance the need for handling the subsidy issue there, spread it across the various users in a way that I think has much less impact overall on seniors than it does on non-seniors in terms of cost. So.
You know, the inflation argument, though, it's a tough one, because if we don't raise costs because ours are going on, then we are absorbing the inflation. So you raise costs because your costs have gone up. So our costs have gone up. So we raise this. So I would like to at least raise it by the 10. I like Sam's proposal all the way through. But if we're not going to start charging seniors at $20, I'd like to raise it $250 to $270. I want to get close to that $50,000 if we can.
you know what, Kathy, I would be willing to go the extra 10 on the end and not have the seniors pay it. I would be happy as a resident of the town to pay an extra $10 for my sticker so the seniors don't.
It's still quite a bit cheaper than having your private hauler come pick up your trash.
Right. I'd be happy to do that, Kathy. Move it up to $270, and I would still say the third sticker is $10, Sam. I think, do we have the statistics, Chelsea, on how many people get a third sticker?
Not the second.
Not the second, but the third. A lot of people have a second. I mean, to be honest, I have a second sticker, but I don't use, I think I've gone to the dump once, you know, so, but it's, if I needed to go, I could go.
But that second sticker costs us real money to buy and to administer. So.
What do you, so Sam, sorry, can you back up? You're suggesting how much for the first sticker?
$260 for the first sticker.
And how much for the second?
10 for any additional stickers.
Okay.
I don't remember.
And then 20 for the first senior and 10 for a second
10
senior?
10 for subsequent seniors to the stickers, that's right. So,
What's the senior?
I'm actually interested, Chelsea, first. I mean, just the background is, Kathy, I brought this topic up when one of my first meetings last year there was no interest in this.
No.
So I think now that I would go with the lower increase, because one thing that I always have in mind when this comes up is how John Butler did that report to the advisory committee. Spent a lot of time on it. And one of the takeaways was that you should keep the cost of this kind of low, that if it's a fixed cost operation, you actually want more people. You want more stuff. And I think that basically the transfer station works in terms of volume and pricing pretty well. And there's definitely if you raise the price too much, you can have a real problem. So that's why I think 260 sounds good. And then as to the rest of how much to charge for the second stuff. I will go with whatever is the consensus.
Well, can I tell you where I got my 270? It wasn't arbitrary. It's 8%, and that's what inflation is right now. So I didn't just make it up. And yes, John Butler absolutely said we need to do more to get more people to use the transfer station. So we still should do that on top of this, because you know, it's a fixed cost, and the more we get, the less cost there is. So I still like the 270 because it's 8%, and because we haven't raised it in quite a while.
So I would, and Kathy, what would you do for a second sticker then?
I'd say 0. So I'm trying to compromise here. So I go for 270 for one. I don't think many people get 3, Lisa. I don't know what the number is, but I don't think that's going to raise. I'm happy with the 10 for the third.
But
I don't think it does much.
there's 1,400 second stickers.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of second. I just don't think there's a lot of third.
Subsequent stickers,
Well,
seconds and thirds.
Seconds and thirds, and I mean, I would rather go up $10 on the first sticker and charge $10 for a second
And
sticker.
the seniors still not.
Yeah.
Okay, I could be fine with that.
And see, I'm okay with it too, because that's still the $20, and I think most people buy. So you're saying 1,400 do the second sticker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you accomplish the same thing.
If I'm reading it correctly.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's gonna be another $15,000. It's not, I mean, it's not gonna, for just the second sticker. And then it will be $16,000 for your initial sticker.
So we're still short of the 50.
So it's 30.
Mhm. I mean, we haven't gone up, since I've been on the board, we have not changed the structure. But I think it's crept up more than 50,000 in 1 year,
Yeah.
right? So I think, I don't think it's fair for us to make up $50,000 in 1 year. That's kind of, I guess, where
So you go with a 260?
I would go 260 and $10 for a subsequent sticker,
And
No
nothing
senior
for
fees.
seniors.
right?
And what do you think about the senior?
This was what I had in my last year is the reason why I thought that there should be potentially cost, it was just for my own work experience of listening to senior partners at my firm brag about the discount that they got on MBTA commuter rail passes, and I thought it just highlighted some of the inequities of it and how there's some people that could afford to pay, you know, and but that's just my own. I think that there's a difference between taking going from 250 to 260 and going from 0 to 10, psychologically impacting people's behavior. So that's why I think I'm just going to go with it.
Well, there's actually 2 seniors on the select board that should be buying their sticker.
Absolutely.
That's the point that I was.
I know it is. That's what. So.
But there's those that can't. Those are the ones I worry about, Kathy. I don't know how you draw the line. To some, there are people in town that $10 could make a big difference for them. And I'm always cognizant of that fact.
Is there not a waiver process here?
There is, but
I think there
there's
is.
a lot of
Yeah.
seniors that are pretty proud, Sam, that make some very hard choices that wouldn't come forward and ask for help. And that's what I'm concerned about. And I think it's a small price to pay for those. But again, I'm one of 5. The board can certainly do what it wants.
Me too.
That's a good thing, Sam.
We do have someone with their hand raised. Mr. Guyer, I'm going to allow you to speak, please.
Hello,
Hi.
how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I just happened to come across this. This is a favorite topic of mine, seniors and stickers. You know, I don't know if you saw my chat, but I have a free sticker on the front of my Lexus. Seems inappropriate. I'm in favor of giving those who need help a help. Maybe we should consider giving free stickers to those who really need help rather than seniors who are doing well. Maybe you might want to consider changing the policy. I know this is political fire, but that seems to me the more appropriate way to go about things. So I just wanted to interject. I said I just stumbled into this. I was on YouTube and I saw you guys, so I just thought I'd give you that input. I've said this before and I think it's true. So thank you.
Can you just?
I would think the senior center could help us out here as far as making sure someone who shouldn't pay, didn't pay.
So are we,
I'm-
it seems we were on track here in
So-
terms of the non-seniors.
Here's, I think we're on the same page with the non-seniors, and I think maybe we can get with the senior center on an appropriate plan to implement for next time this comes up.
I think that's right, just because these rules affect. F-
123.
Okay, so we gotta make a decision then.
Yeah, yeah.
It sounds like we got 2 votes for the senior small fee. Mr. Dennington is not declared.
I agree with Lisa because
Okay.
there is psychologically,
yeah,
in terms of how it affects people's behavior. There's a difference between going from 0 to 10 or even going from 10 to 20. And just keep it, I'm okay for now, keep it no fee and then.
And so
Chelsea's
we
suggested.
increased the subsidy by 20 grand or so,
30.
30 grand.
30. It'd be, because it's 16, what did I say, 16, almost 1,700 for stickers of non-seniors.
Yeah.
1668,
And so
and then
$10 for subsequent,
31,000.
$10 for subsequent stickers.
Yep.
So I get like 25 because those 2.
So are you using FY 22?
I can't remember what I used.
It's 1668 and 1498.
So 16 and 15 is 31.
Yeah.
So 22. Okay, I'm okay with more subsidy.
All right, so is there a motion to increase the first sticker non-senior to $260 and
Chelsea, can you break up the motion into 2? Do the regular sticker first and then do the senior second?
I wasn't gonna make a motion on the senior. I was just gonna do first sticker and subsequent stickers. Do you
Okay,
want me to
all
put
right.
that up?
No, that's
Okay.
fine, that's fine.
Okay, so is there a motion to increase the first non-senior sticker to $260 and any subsequent sticker to $10 for FY 23?
So move. Second.
Sorry, Sam, you said it first. I'll second.
Roll call vote, Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski's aye.
If I could just add one final point.
Yeah.
So we didn't take into account, Sam, the people that get the 3rd sticker.
It's
So-
subsequent stickers, Chelsea said.
Yes.
Right, but I'm just saying, when we talked about 31,000, we didn't take into account.
No, it's in there. It's
I-
2
it
plus.
does.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Okay, my mistake.
Yeah.
My mistake. I thought you said it didn't go to 3. Okay. All right,
10 times 16 and 10 times 14, right?
got it.
Yeah.
And that's only affecting the non-seniors. So seniors that want additional stickers, it's still 0.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on the rules and regs for FY 23? Okay, so is there a motion to approve the transfer station rules and regs for FY 23 as amended with the sticker fee change?
So move.
Second.
Okay, Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski's aye. Okay, thank you. All right, we did C and D. Okay, E. I just held this so that the public would be aware that as part of the communications agreement for FY 23, there was an additional stipend added for a supervisor position to that department. It's not a new position, but it is a straight stipend to create some management level on that in that department. So I just wanted the public to be aware of that. Mr. Murray, that's just me. Yep.
Debbie Tamurian, 58 Flag Road, member of the planning board, just asking a question as a citizen. Can you give me a little bit of detail around that? These stipends that are given out, are they given to, employees that are doing their job?
No, this is actually to create a management level for this department. So they'll have added responsibilities to their role, and they will actually, it can't be done until, it won't be posted until July 1st for somebody to apply for this stipend, and it will go through an interview and approval process in that department.
Okay, and if they're a contractor, wouldn't they qualify for an increase in pay rate if they became a supervisor?
I'm sorry, if they're a contractor,
If
they'd be an employee.
So this is a SAP?
Union.
Union.
Union. Okay, I got
Yes,
the
it's a
wrong-
union employee.
So it's for a union employee, and I know that there's a couple of
This is not a stipend as part of the SAP, it's a stipend within the contract. So it's different than the tree warden stipend that's in the SAP. This is actually a stipend, so that's why I'm bringing it up now, because it was done through the negotiations. And so I just wanted to make sure the public was aware that this stipend is a newly added stipend to the contract.
So what does the person do in order to get this? So person does their day job, they might be a union worker, they have this, they're a certain level, and so they would apply to become a higher level under their contract?
So it's they would have a higher title, they'd be a supervisor in dispatch.
Right.
And it would come with a stipend that would be spread over a 26-week, 5-week pay period.
Okay, but when they get to that next level,
Yeah.
they also get an increase in pay. So this is an additional increase in pay?
It's a stipend, so it's just a flat dollar amount for the year. It doesn't impact their step or their base pay.
Base salary.
Right here.
So do we do this a lot? I mean, so first
There's a
time I
bunch
saw-
in the fire contract for different, like for EMS coordinator, and I don't have them all memorized, but just giving you a flavor for it. For the scheduling person, they do a stipend. So they're for added responsibilities. I'm not sure that, I can't think of any in police right now. But I know that there's a bunch in fire. And this has been something that's kind of been discussed on the dispatch side to create some management level over that.
Okay, and so this is dispatch, mean at DPW?
No.
Or fire?
Communications, dispatch, call
Dispatch.
911, hi, hello, I'm
Public safety.
911. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I learned something. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the successor CBAs for police, DPW, and communications?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Brascio. Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski's aye. Thank you. F, Andrew?
Yeah, I just held this because it was a late addition to the revised agenda. I'm not familiar with what it was, so. There's a predecessor side letter from May 20, 2020. It has the exact same language, and that the prior side letter would expire at the coming up in a couple of weeks. So, I mean, this is just continuing a policy that's been in place before, and it's included in the FY23 budget. I wanted to hold it just to make sure that didn't introduce any new policy or anything like that. It doesn't. And I mean, the main takeaway is it's kind of just a little bit of should have been included in like the bargaining agreement, but it wasn't, but it kind of goes part and parcel. So with that said, I would support it.
Okay, great. Is there a motion to reauthorize the side letter with DPW union for operations supervisor position?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Brascio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski's aye. Thank you. Okay, G. Sam?
ILG.
Yep.
I'm fine with the transfer, but the purpose for the transfer in terms of the cybersecurity study, I think it should be contingent on the Municipal Technology Committee participating in that process and effectively, I would say approving, but being a partner in that process. I think there's deep experience in this area on the MTC, and I think we are well served by having them actively involved in it. So I would hope that Dave Montillo would work closely with them on this and take their advice in this process. So with that sort of overlay here, I think it's a good expenditure, something we're clearly in need of as far as continuing to protect the security and avoid ransomware to the best ability. So that would.
Well, I want to go further. I want this contingent on the approval of MTC, not just asking. I want it to be required.
I'd support that too.
I think that's kind of stepping on the toes of the IT manager, but. that's
I
my-
don't. I don't.
I don't either. I think huge expertise there, and we couldn't afford to pay consulting rates for. So I think we're wise to take advantage of that. Not that Jay isn't a strong manager, but that's not where Jay's spent his last, 20 years in terms of cybersecurity. So,
But Jay is responsible for the system.
correct.
Yes, and we want to take advantage of the expertise on the MTC so that he can use that. He's one person. They've got a whole lot of expertise they can bring to the table, and I really want him to work with those guys. And this is one thing I really am insistent on as far as the process goes, because they've got a deep understanding of this specific area.
And I don't disagree, and I know that Mr. Montijo works collaboratively with them, but the way the committee is set up, they advise Mr. Montijo, it's his decision on how to move forward. So I just want to make sure that we're respecting the roles of everyone in the process that we've set up. But I get your point, and that's why he does work collaboratively. Nobody knows anything, or knows everything in IT,
Right.
so.
Yeah.
You've got to lean on each other.
Totally agree with that. We want to help Jay. So we want Jay to have the support he needs to make decisions so that he really does have the advice of others so he can make really good decisions. So we're trying to help him, not hurt him.
Oh, I agree. I'm just trying to identify whose decision it is. That's all.
Yeah. I'm along the same lines, Kathy. I don't have an issue with MTC chiming in, but I think ultimately Jay is a department head, and ultimately he has to make the decision that, and again, I can't imagine he wouldn't have a discussion with MTC and let him know what path he's going on, but I hesitate to clip the wings of a department head who brought him in for a specific reason, and he can certainly utilize the expertise of MTC, but ultimately, if MTC is going to sign off on everything he does, then he's not really a department head. He has no authority to make the decisions that we hired him to do. That's my
We
only.
didn't say he's signing off on everything. We said specific area. This is what we're talking about here is something that the MTC specifically has a deep understanding and experience in. So with this one project, I want MTC to basically have a chance to weigh in, review, and recommend and approve what so Jay can go to them and say, this is what I'd like to do. I want them to sign off on this so we know that we really have thought through this.
Good, Andrew.
Well, too, then Mr. Witt has his hand, but I don't know if Kathy can see. Jay is here, and if you want to comment on.
Yeah, so I agree that I need to work with the MTC, and I am in coordination with the MTC and talking about this. It is important to know that we have to gather information, not just from residents of the town, but from another entity. And not only is that entity important to hear the information from, but they're certified. And I'm not saying that anybody in the MTC is not. They are definitely certified, but there is insurance and backgrounds that we signed insurance policies for cybersecurity risk. Is the MTC going to present an insurance policy saying that their information that they're gathering for me is 100%, and I have to go off of what they say? I want their information from the MTC as well, but I also need to have this information from a third-party source, someone who's going to give me their point of view. And yes, 100%, I am going to present this to the MTC. I have plans to be, they've kind of scheduled times with me literally in the last few weeks that are either A, someone has gotten sick, or B, I've been working with, setting up process for the select board or meetings that are going on with the servers that I'm working on. So it's been bad timing on our parts to kind of collaborate together with also the chair and one of the members of the MTC. But, you got to understand that this information that we're gathering, it's, as much as the MTC is weighing in and they have their say as far as what they know, I need a third party's opinion on this. So I'm not trying to take away the MTC's piece on this, but I also would like to have the authority to say, hey, we need this third party to come in and give us their assessment and then have it as a, MTC to weigh in as
Certainly
well.
not suggesting that we don't use a third party. I think that's wise, a good thing to do. And, I hire consultants to do this kind of stuff all the time. I guess my concern is simply that we hope that you and the MTC are on the same page with however this goes forward. And if it turns out you're not, then rather than, try to put together a structure that anticipates all the possibilities here, come back and talk about it. Let's talk about it, see what the differences are and sort it out. I don't think it's likely to be a big problem. I just want to be sure that that expertise is well used. And I expect that it would be. I think historically, you worked well with the group, I think. So hopefully that will continue.
Yeah.
So is it fair to say consult with and use them as a sounding board for the process that you're going through? I mean, I think, is that what you're getting at?
Yeah. But if there is a difference of opinion
Uh-huh.
on that going forward, then let's all talk about it.
I don't agree with that part.
I don't either.
So I think that Mr. Montillo should have as department, and I agree with Teresa's position on this. I simply want to allow the, encourage the collaboration. I understand. I think you've given me the assurances that are appropriate, and so I don't envision a second meeting. I don't even know one of them would really contribute to this. I mean, I don't, the amount of money that's involved and the technical aspects of it, this is something that definitely should be within your purview, but encourage you to get some advice from some other people too, and weigh it, give it whatever weight you think is appropriate.
I mean, I do think there's value in Jay bringing this to an MTC meeting and saying, this is what the plan is, this is who I'm going with, back check me, that, I think that's what I would be looking for in this, is them kind of being a second set of eyes for Jay in this process. That's, I guess, what my mindset is.
I don't, I agreed with part of it, but not the part, this is what I'm doing. Here it is. I want Jay to put together a proposal and then present it to MTC at a meeting, let them have a chance to look at it and comment on it, and then make a decision as to what to do. My guess is they may be fine with it. That's great, but they may have some constructive suggestions that would improve it too. I want to know that MTC has truly weighed in on this and agree with what we're doing before it's actually purchased.
I mean, I'm not sure how else to, pretty much that's my point on this. I don't anticipate.
That's great. If that's your plan, then that's fine. But
I don't anticipate not collaborating with the MTC at all. That was not my plan at all. My plan is to collaborate with them and understand what their point of views are on this. But I think it is important for us to get another observation of what our town's, stance is in security.
And I think we're agreeing with that as a matter of fact.
totally agree with that. Totally agree.
See how this works, and then deal with anything else that comes after it.
Mr.
Mr.
Lett.
Lippers.
So I'm a little discouraged by this conversation. And for anyone who doesn't know, I wrote and negotiated the bylaw that created the MTC. We had extensive conversations about the role of the MTC and the role of the technology managers in the town. The MTC, as Mr. Purple has said, is an advisory body. The technology managers, according to the bylaw, are required to bring plans before the MTC for review. The MTC is obliged to review them, to comment them, to apply its expertise. It does not approve anything. It should not approve anything. It should certainly have an opinion, and I certainly support the notion of strongly encouraging all the technology managers to listen to the MTC, because as Ms. Cook has said, there is enormous expertise in the people who've been selected, in particular, some expertise in this area. But at the end of the day, it's the technology managers who are responsible. They're the ones who get the call in the middle of the night. So I want to make sure that there is a productive relationship. I want to make sure that the MTC is consulted as required, that it's carefully listened to. If there's a disagreement, I would encourage Jay to escalate it or to find a third party to try and sort things out, because my experience has been that that group of people is thoughtful. But I do not support the notion of tying the hands of the IT manager or any other technology manager in the town, or putting the MTC in the position of approving or disapproving. You can have an opinion, the opinion ought to be listened to. But I mean, that's where I am on this. And I should also say that as I negotiated this with schools, the then IT manager, with Mr. Purple, with others, I gave my word that that's the way I would encourage things to run. So while I appreciate the support that's implicit in Mr. Stivers and Ms. Cook's comments in terms of saying that the MTC is a valuable resource and it ought to be listened to, there is a bright line between who's responsible for executing a plan and who's responsible for reviewing it. And I strongly discourage you from blurring that line.
I'm okay with going forward with this one. I think the message is clear here, and let's see how it works. And if it doesn't, then I would propose revisit it. But I'm hopeful that this will work its way through appropriately and we'll get a great result.
And just to be clear, as far as what the message is, we want Jay to consult with MTC before this is actually purchased.
Understood.
Correct?
Yes.
That's my intent, sir. Yeah.
Okay, so just moving forward, were there any other, this was prompted by G, are there any other interdepartmental transfers?
Not for me.
Not for me. We do have a hand up in the virtual room though. Please run if this is on the cybersecurity conversation.
Hi, I'm Jane Runge. I'm at 43 East Main Street. And actually, my question is not about what you're currently talking about. Backtrack. It could be wrong, but there seemed to be a very quick vote on a matter involving the DPW and employment.
It's not there yet.
No,
we haven't voted.
We're in consent still, ma'am.
But there was something that was very quickly voted on.
On the DPW union stipend or the side letter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was related to a union contract.
Okay, so it's not the final decision.
It was an unrelated item.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay. Any other discussion on approved interdepartmental transfers as proposed by the finance director? Is there a motion?
So moved, approved.
Second.
Roll call, Brascio. Aye. Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Kowski's aye. Thank you. Okay, next is the board committee and appointments. So Melanie has been trying to contact everybody that was up for reappointment for FY23. And I just wanted to quickly read off the names of the people who are choosing not to reappoint on their committees, just to thank them for their service to the town. Obviously, anytime that they are serving for the town is taking away from their personal lives, and we certainly appreciate their input that they have given for the years of service that they've done. So Kathleen Wilford, Jeffrey Pete, Jason Dietz, Thomas Marculier, Isabella Bogdansky, Jenny Pete, Isabel Murphy, Daniel Blanchard, and Mary Dombacher. Thank you for your time and effort on the committees that you've served on. And with that, we have an updated color code in our packet. And so I would suggest that we reappoint the color blue.
Nice question.
Go ahead.
So Mr. Robbins was here tonight. He
Yep.
Said that he wants to be reappointed. Are you going to do those separately as well as scholarship? Mentioned 2 members were looking to reappoint.
So what I'm gonna, so yes, So I am going to do all the blues other than capital planning, because I'm going to abstain from that one. We'll do capital planning separately, and then we'll do the 2 scholarships and the EDC. Okay.
I'm gonna vote for reappointing people that are in the color.
The blue?
The blue. It's more green on mine. Blue-
Yeah.
bluish green.
Okay, sorry, blue, green. Yeah.
But I just
sure.
wanted to, the thing I flagged was, under the Southborough Trails Committee, it still it shows 2 people as associate members, right? And that-
Well, because it hasn't gone.
So this
yeah.
Okay,
is a
just wanted to ask
decision,
why.
this is a decision.
Yeah,
I thought that the town meeting said no. You can't do that.
but it hasn't gone to the AG to
The
be.
Attorney General, sorry.
Okay, so the Attorney General hasn't approved the committee, the standing committee yet. So technically, we could keep the alternates on, but it's a decision that we could make tonight.
Correct. So do you want to, I'm not sure about,
Do
you want to continue it until we get the form back from the Attorney General's office? Or do you simply not want them to continue into the new fiscal year?
I mean, the Attorney General's office is gonna approve it,
Correct.
Yes,
And town meeting is pretty clear.
so.
it has been submitted to the Attorney General's office, so probably sometime I would say in the next few days.
So I would, to avoid having something like this come back up again, I would
Yeah.
just, again, some of us supported it, some of it didn't, but the decision was made, so I don't think we
Right.
should appoint any associate members after 6/30/22.
I agree.
Okay. So I'm gonna move that we reappoint those in the bluish green color other than capital plan.
So moved.
Second.
Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Lanowski's aye. Okay. Is there a motion to approve the capital planning members in the bluish green?
So moved. Second.
Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Lanowski abstain. Okay, and then is there a motion to reappoint Mr. Robbins from EDC, Ms. Mills from Scholarship, and Ms. Segal from Scholarship?
So moved. Second.
Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski's aye. Okay, and then we'll take up the ones that we haven't heard from at the July. Thank you. Okay.
Keep going, so.
Okay. All right, so J and K. Well, actually, J, does anybody have changes to J? I think we can take up J.
I do.
This is just to
so I hold
approve
it.
them.
You're
Huh?
gonna hold June 2nd.
That's right. June 2nd. I had a issue.
Okay, so we're gonna hold June 2nd?
Because they already made changes on May 31st, and those are reflected. in
She
the
want
vote.
to table.
I would
June
just
2nd.
table June 2nd.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve executive session meeting minutes for May 31st, 2022?
So moved. Second.
Brashio. Aye. Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Lanowski's aye. Okay, I'm gonna hold on the release of executive session minutes after item B and other matters.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so other matters. So appoint Hassan Hamed to senior IT specialist position. Mark, do you want to give us an overview or
Actually, I'll
Vanessa J?
defer to Ms.,
Okay.
Ms. Hill.
You. So as you know, we have had a good deal of difficulty recruiting someone for this position. The last time we talked about this, we asked the board to appoint someone who withdrew his acceptance after your vote. So we went back out and interviewed another applicant who we would like to recommend for appointment tonight. He is someone that Jay knows from a prior employment experience and speaks very highly of. He is someone that we have looked at a development plan early on, a certificate program that he could do in-house
as he is ramping up his time on the job here if he were to be appointed by the board tonight. I would say he's someone that we've made a list between us that different things that he could take over immediately to sort of shift some things off of Jay's plate, which we are very hopeful about, to give him time to work on many other projects. You know, things like taking over, you know, the Zoom administration, all the help desk, the kind of ticketing items, you know, setting up the AV for meetings, you know, but there's more on that list, but those are things that we know that this person could absorb immediately. So we would like to recommend him for appointment tonight.
Great, thank you. Good.
One question for you, Jed.
Yes.
Will this allow you to be able to take a vacation, a real vacation?
I think I might be able to breathe for a little bit.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to, you know, it was a good job to the townhouse staff thinking about outside the, and to Jay about thinking about an outside the box to the extremely challenging hiring matter. I mean, it goes back to like 2 years.
If you remember, we just hired him. He came to town meeting and spoke to, you know, what he might need, and town meeting gave that money. And since then, we have been working on this, and it has been a real trial.
I certainly support this. Hope we can get this onboarded. We can get this gentleman.
I
on
would
board as
also
soon as
add, we
possible.
have talked to the MTC, of course, about this, as well as the chair of the personnel board.
Good. And it's in the SAP because it was approved. in the
Yes, it
August.
is.
Okay.
Yes.
Question, Jay. I'm assuming that this individual, I've heard that he doesn't have technical background at this point, but you're confident that he can quickly take over things like Zoom and how.
Yeah, I mean, even with the lack of some intense background, his ability to, you know, with technology in its sense, he's got the general sense of technology and also has been
Background as a video game expert or something.
Exactly. So, and that's all you need at this point. No, but seriously, he definitely has the ability to take over. Definitely the portion of items that we've talked about in our listing here, that we're definitely confident that he will take over with.
Good. Great hire, and not exactly what we wanted, but it
Yes.
takes the pressure off. And
yeah.
Frankly, I'm not hugely optimistic that for what we're paying, we're going to get what we originally wanted in this market, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing some hiring in this area, and it's a tough place out there in terms of salary expectations, and as well as lifestyle expectations.
Very much so.
But we actually did get some people within the range.
Yeah.
But, you know, they ended up using us as a tool for improving
Leveraging
their
current
current position with their employers, and, you know, all the best to them, but that didn't help us at all.
Yeah.
So I think that really where we are now is getting someone who's, you know, got base technology, you know, with really good customer service skills that we can bring in, we can train up the right way. They can provide something to Jeremy. Look, you know, is my first choice telling Jay that, okay, you know, now we're going to give you a mentoring project.
Yeah.
Right, you know, we want somebody to help you, but you've got to have, there's going to be a level of investment for him. So, you know, we're going to continue to work closely with him on this. And, you know, again, he's got a lot of support.
And his expectations are consistent that it's, you know, evenings and crazy schedule and all that. Kind of stuff.
Yes, very much so.
His schedule needs to be crazier than his schedule.
Yeah. Would be nice.
Offload the crazy.
Yeah.
Looking forward.
So this clearly is a gamble. Jay, we are relying on the fact that you know this person and know his work ethic, et cetera, and that he's a quick learner. But it's my understanding you spent a real significant amount of time on Zoom. So I can't wait for this person to get here to take that off of you so you can get to the things that we want to get you to, like getting us to the cloud, et cetera. But I don't want anybody to think that this is it. I still think we look for the second person that can stand beside Jay and work with him and really develop policies so that we really know that we are dealing with the concerns we need to deal with. So I'm hoping we end up with 3 people sometime in the near future to do what we need to be done. But I'm all for this.
Okay. Great. So is there a motion to appoint Hassan Hamed to senior IT specialist position?
Effective. When?
Effective July 5th.
July 1st.
5th.
So
July 5th.
Right, correct. So
Second.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Konowski's aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, approve successor agreement for DPW Superintendent Karen Galligan. So I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Dennington, as he did the negotiation.
Sure, so the copy of the new successor contract is in the packet. This is the point of information, I think it was in the packet that was distributed on Friday.
Yes.
It was not in the supplemental packet that was distributed on Monday, it was in the packet that was distributed on Friday. And first, I just want to review 3 points. One, the compensation, which is the material element of the contract, the performance evaluation, and then third, leave and other fringe benefits. So first, in terms of compensation, there's an expiring contract that had a 3-year term that went from July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2022. That's what prompted this to come up. Under the prior expiring contract, Ms. Galligan started at a salary of $112,037 on July 1st, 2019. There was a contractual increase of 2.5% in years 2 and 3, so that her current salary in FY22 is $117,709. Under the new contract, beginning FY23, Ms. Galligan's salary for FY23 would be $120,063, representing a 2% increase. And as a reference point, the SAP is a 3% increase. In years 2 and 3, there is no guaranteed contractual increase, but rather Ms. Galligan is eligible for an annual increase up to the then current SAP based on a performance evaluation. And then second, under the performance evaluation, under the expiring contract, there was nothing in the employment agreement that referenced a performance evaluation, although there were performance evaluations, including written performance evaluations. This is now in the contract that on an annual basis, there will be a written performance evaluation. It will be done by Mr. Purple in collaboration with the select board. The select board has an opportunity to provide feedback. It's referenced in the annual performance evaluation. The intent is to develop a very clear set of measurable goals in FY23 and work to support Ms. Galligan in achieving those goals. And then third, in terms of fringe benefits, like leave and defined contribution plan, there's no change, although some of the language is just updated based on a review of, we work with town council to standardize some of the language, just like we would be doing with other department heads. So that about summarizes it. So with that, I would make a motion to approve the new contract for beginning on July 1st, 2022 and going through June 30th, 2025.
Can I ask questions? Is there a second? Second. Okay. Sure. Do you want to come to the table?
Patty Fiore, 10 Winter Street. So the annual performance review that is now going to be mandatory, will that be publicly available?
So we don't make performance evaluations publicly available except for Mr. Purple's has been in the past. Is that accurate?
You do my evaluation publicly.
Yes.
So why would you
So
not do
that's-
hers?
I would need to find out why we haven't done that in the past. I don't have an answer for you right now.
Well,
So we don't make any performance reviews public.
Mark, we do because
Yes,
we do
we
it in open session because it's us doing it. So we do publicly.
Right.
You haven't done it in the past with her because she hasn't been provided with annual salary.
She has. She has been reviewed every year since I've been on the board.
with written,
Yes.
Yes, well, can I make a suggestion?
Yeah, sure.
Which is that because the performance evaluation, then that's the basis for a select board vote as to whether, what would be the salary for the next year.
Correct.
And that would be on an agenda item on this same time in 2023.
Correct.
That would be in a time where that would come up.
Correct. Which has not been done in the past, so that's new with this contract.
Right, so the evaluations that are done by this board are public, but evaluations that are not done by this board are confidential.
I was just gonna ask that question.
and is the evaluation for her going to be done by this board?
We have input into it, and Mr. Purple does the actual evaluation.
So it sounds like you're telling me it's gonna be private.
But as Mr. Dennington just referred to, we would vote on what her increase would be, as we did with the first year of this contract, as a board.
So let's be clear here. Ms. Fury is asking a legitimate question here. If there's some that are public, why is the DPW head not public?
So.
Because the select board does not do the review.
What would have to be done in order to ensure that it would be public? I mean, is that a policy change? Is that, I mean, I don't think it's a legal issue. So if it's just simply a policy change, I'd like to request that policy change be made.
Is it a policy change, Mark?
It's always been, it's the way it's always been. So I don't know that it necessarily is a policy change. I could check with Labor Council and find out if there's
I
any
would just
issue.
like to know. if it was-
Yeah, sure. I think that's something we can follow up on.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'd also comment that, in fact, years ago, the Personnel Board used to do public reviews of
Right.
all the staff,
Mhm.
which was often a somewhat awkward process, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Well-
And so then they changed that policy. So in fact, typically, department head reviews of staff are not public. In this case, I think it's consistent if Mr. Purple is doing the review, at least it's consistent with that would not be a public.
Well, but I think that,
review. But I understand the desire to get that.
correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason that Mr. Purple is doing that review, I mean, he's really the department head. She's the department
But
head
he's the town administrator, so all the departments actually
in
report to him.
fulfilling the role as personnel manager. I guess what I'm putting forward is I would like to request that as a taxpayer and the employer of this individual, I would like to have access to her salary, annual reviews, performance review.
I think that's something we can follow up on.
Okay.
So there's been a
And by-
motion to be made.
The
There's a second.
select board is the employer.
Well, her salary is paid by the town
Correct.
taxes.
Correct.
So I pay taxes.
Correct.
I voted these people or not to
Oh,
represent
correct.
me, whether effectively they do that or not. I'm not sure because one would hope that if you vote somebody in, they're going to represent you as you would choose to make those decisions yourself. Given the fact that we are just signing off on this contract with the amount of dissension over this person and her position over the last couple of years, and what I really consider very serious mistakes that were made with absolutely no repercussions. I do question whether they're making the best decision for me as a taxpayer. So my next question is, why is there not any repercussion or discussion or further involvement regarding the numerous issues that I brought out in the letter that were put forth by dozens of people from this town? I mean, the list went on, I edited it. This has been an ongoing issue of considerable mismanagement, irresponsible use of taxpayer money. And you're here to vote to approve a contract that gives her more benefits and a higher salary.
So I personally read what you submitted this afternoon, and I am confident that we have listened to what people have said and are working towards putting measures in place to be more supportive of the DPW department. And I think we've already started that with some of the things that have happened in the spring. And we are always open to resident feedback on things that you would like to see happen and the vetting process. So I appreciate your input and the fact that you put that together. And I think that it's only going to help us improve in that area. And I think sitting here as a board member, I do believe that this is the best decision for the town at this point. And I hope that we can continue to collaborate to move the town forward.
And just to this point,
Go ahead.
as the chair, and as a point of order, I made a motion, I believe it was seconded.
Correct.
So it's now time to vote. That's my opinion, okay? So let's call the vote. I think there's been a motion that's been made and it's been seconded.
Yes.
So let's take the vote.
But you didn't ask for public comment before. the
No, that's not
motion was
correct. There was a
seconded.
public comment section at the end, and I think there's been a motion made and it's been seconded. So the next step is to take a vote.
To take, what do you take it for?
Yes.
To approve the contract.
I'm a resident down here. I've been living here for over 26 years. I pay my taxes. This is like Joanne Pearson, 101 Union Street. This is like the fox in the hen house. With what happened at St. Mark's, as far as I know, you all were involved in making that decision along with Karen Gallagher. People are outraged over what happened, and yet you're the ones that are going to approve or give her a new contract. So of course you don't want to say she hasn't done a good job, because that reflects back on all of the jobs that you've been doing. People are very upset with what's been going on. I live on Newton Street. We're putting in a new water pipeline there. And when I called the DPW yesterday, because I know there's no money now to pave the street, we who live on the street have been dealing with the dug up street at the medical center end from when underground pipes were laid. I believe it was in August. So now the whole street, as soon as you get the valve, the supply chain issues, the whole street will be dug up. And now it won't be repaved except for paving over the trench, but it will be a horrible street to drive on for what, until after 2023?
So I think that we would appreciate you reaching out to us on email, because that's a little bit outside of the contract that we're about to sign off on, but I think that this is an important issue that we need to hear about. So I'm happy to call you tomorrow and discuss this issue, because I think we need to address it.
We should vote, as Mr. Denning says, but I want to add one thing to Ms. Fiore. On July 7th, we are going to have our annual planning meeting. And at the top of some of our list are a lot of issues that have been brought up by you, by the lady that just spoke, as far as roads go. So we are going to work really hard to solve the issues that we know need to be solved in this next year.
If I could get your information, that would be great, so we can follow up and include that in our discussion for the 7th.
And why, when the public, ever since she's been had, I don't know anybody people that I know, who like what she does, who like the way she's been doing her job. And yet you seem to be doing this blanket, oh yes, we're just gonna renew her contract, we're gonna give her a raise. You represent us. And the townspeople, most of the people in town do not like the job she's been doing. And yet you're just sort of saying, oh good, we'll reward you with a raise. Even though you are not well liked, what you're doing, people don't trust what you're doing.
Thank you. Okay. So motion's been made and seconded. Roll call. Braccio. Aye. Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Nay.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski. Aye. Okay, so that was 4-1. Okay, next is item C, consideration of, I'm sorry, so I'm gonna go back, thank you, I'm gonna go back up to consent agenda K, to release executive session minutes. And some have redactions, that are unrelated to the topic that we just, voted on, but we will be releasing the minutes related to that topic we just looked at. And table, so okay, so is there a motion to release executive session meeting minutes for January 18th, 2022, February 15th, 2022, March 24th, 2022, April 5th, 2022, April 12th, 2022, April 26th, 2022, and May 31st, 2022?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Abstain.
And Malinowski is aye. Okay, so that was 4-0-1. So item C under other matters is consideration of allocation of $12,000 in ARPA funds for taxation and relief committee. I'm going to table this one until our July meeting. There was new information that was provided to me today, and I think it's best for us to not take a position on this tonight.
Can I ask just a
Go ahead,
point of
Matt.
information? So,
Yeah.
because I've been confused about this, the $12,000, would that basically be like principal that has been invested in some way?
No,
Okay.
that wasn't the intent.
Grants.
Okay, because
Yeah.
the request was like funded at this level, but this is just a pass-through, right?
Yes,
Right.
well, right, which there's some questions around that, so I
Whether we
want to
can
make sure
actually
we
do
have
that?
the right, information before we take a position.
So it's not that we don't support it. We just want to make sure that we do this correctly.
Correct. Okay, discussion of tree warden position for FY '23. So, Mr. Purple and team have put together some information from other communities on what tree wardens have consisted of and how arborists fit into that. So Mr. Purple, do you want to give a general overview of that?
Sure, and I'll give a nod to Ms. Hale, who helped me use her listserv to obtain a lot of this information. Ms. Berry helped to compile it. It's, I guess, a little bit all over the map as to how people do it. Again, most people have a tree warden. We heard from, roughly, a dozen communities. Few of them have a tree warden who is in fact an arborist. There are some that do use an arborist in addition. I think one of the, and it's really all over the place. Some of the larger communities, they have large tree budgets. One of them has a municipal light plant, so they also do all the tree trimming and everything around the wires that we normally would have Blue Secret do here. Some of them tend to lean on the utility company to try to do as much of the work for them as they can. And because they have limited budgets. It's like I said, it's really all over the place. You've got some people who are on staff, who have a full-time position. There was a couple of those. Again, one of them had a municipal light plant, and that was really the reason for the full-time employee, but one of them did not. So it's a little bit all over the place. Again, I think that there's no definitive takeaway as to a right way or a wrong way to do this.
And none of these had a consultant outside on hourly rate, it looks like.
No, it's difficult, it's difficult, you see some of the information is blank, some of the, it's difficult to get people to respond to these type of things. It's difficult for getting them to fill in all the boxes. We can continue to try to get additional information and more things about rates and things of that nature. But this is where we are.
I have some thoughts on this.
Go ahead, Sarah.
One of the things that strikes me looking at this data, not at all clear to me, we actually need an arborist, given the cost and whatever. We got a lot of dead trees out there that we ought to be able to deal with, I think, without a lot of analysis, et cetera. And it seems to me that Mr. Leroy is willing to stay on as tree warden. with his stipend, that I think should take care of a lot of the things that we need, as long as we've got the right review process, public notice, and all those kind of things in place. And if we do have issues where somebody wants a tree removed, that's pretty clearly a live tree, like one we had recently in terms of evaluation that the crown is dead and it's probably not going to live too long. Those kind of inputs I think are helpful. And when we've gotten those in the past, I think those have been listened to and followed generally. So it seems to me we can get plenty of work given our tree budget limitations to take care of trees that need to be removed, plus allow some for emergency work with more or less the same staffing going forward. It'd be great to have a contract arborist available if we could arrange for that on a reasonable price basis. And I think there was difference of opinion on what that might be in terms of cost. So continue looking for somebody, you know, at the $50 an hour range or whatever. Seems to be that possible from what I heard. And then focus on the process that Ms. Braccio and Mr. Trell and others have been working on to make sure that we are doing the right thing in terms of public notice and you know, being able to move forward with trees that ought to be removed that in one way or another, at least an imminent hazard or likely danger for us. So I'm not sure we're too far away from actually having a solution that is workable for the at least near future here. And if that doesn't work, we can think about plan B.
So Sam, I completely agree with you. And I think if the processes are in place, then you take out all the speculation. And I'm hoping and working with Mr. Trout that, you know, planning board and board of selectmen can jointly come up with a process that works. And I think it has been, it worked well having the arborists that we had come out for the tree hearings that we did. I don't know if that's something he specifically would like to continue doing. He lives here in town. He has done this his whole life, you know, he has a tremendous value. But I think the key, I agree, Sam, the key is the process. If the processes are in place and if we can hopefully get something done. I know Mimi was ready to go when I went on vacation, so I kind of threw the monkey wrench in, but you know, I'm sure, you know, hopefully maybe this week, if Mimi has time, we can sit down and I think we need to talk about the imminent danger trees as well. I think there needs to be a fairly clear process. I think it's, again, fairly simple, but I think it's just, it makes sense.
Yeah. And the recent example on Night of Storm, I think, was a clear case of imminent danger that ought to, I think, prevail in those kind of circumstances. And there ought to be some check and balance in there, I think. But at least I think we're reasonably close.
We're working towards something, Sam. I do.
Another interesting one is that knowing where the rights of way are in terms of what's a public tree and what's a private tree is an interesting question. And I actually did a meeting recently where a bunch of DPW directors were there, and a chance to talk to a couple of them. And there apparently is no easy solution for that. And the model seems to be if somebody thinks it's a private tree versus public tree, then the proposal is, okay, you pay for the survey to determine, we're going to assume that it's a public shade tree. If you can prove otherwise by surveying that you pay for, then you know, we'll act accordingly. But the assumption is, the conservative approach is that it's, if there's a question, it's a public shade tree, and we go from there. So again, I think there are models out there that we can look to deal with some of the questions that are in the gray areas.
Yeah, Sam, I agree. And one of the things we talked about when Mimi and I had met with Karen is this new pavement management software actually will have some level of, it will allow us to hopefully integrate. And when capital reviews it, hopefully that's going to be one of the main things we talked about, because Mimi, you can verify, there's not a whole lot to go on now. It's the stone wall here, you know, it's tough when you get on some of these old roads. It's
former cow path.
Yeah, it's tough, you know, I mean, specifically like Mimi had her property surveyed, so she knew exactly where hers was. I have no idea. So it's tough, and hopefully this will help Sam alleviate that.
You can create a GIS layer that gets this information in, and as you get tree information, you can put it in there to build a record over time.
I think it's key in working together. You're right. It's key in working together to collaborate, you know, something that we can all agree on. But this gives us an opportunity through the pavement management system.
Okay, so, I mean, the one thing to take away from this was actually most communities have the town employee is the tree warden. Some arborists, some not, but I mean, what you seemed to be suggesting is you could have, you know, at least through fall town meeting.
Yeah.
Continue to have Mr. Leroy be the tree warden, and then from there, you know, I think meaning had asked this question, I really have a great answer. How does like the amount of what you pay the tree warden relate to the rest of this? Because really, the tree warden should be presiding over the hearings over any, you know, shade tree anyway. It's just like a sense of mine that if this.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just want to interrupt
Yeah.
on one piece. So one of the things that in talking with town council about this is this gets a little bit convoluted because of the special act that created the DPW.
Oh.
Okay, so the DPW eliminated tree warden, cemetery commissioners, water commissioners and everything, and made the board of selectmen, now select board, tree warden, sewer commissioners, water commissioners, and cemetery. And so what I have from council, and Jay has said, is that you can delegate and you can appoint, you know, someone as tree warden with responsibilities, and they can make the recommendations to you. But you're the tree warden. So you need to make the decision.
So ultimately, you're saying we get to meet with planning board in the joint consolidated hearings.
So, so that would mean,
All right. All right.
well, I think that's a lot of,
It is.
okay, all right. So this would require a revision to the special act to, is that what you're saying?
That requires a lot of work.
Yeah.
If you want to go and change the, you know, we'd have to town meeting, petition the legislature.
But
Well, isn't the new bylaw, until we have the new bylaw, that's what we're going to do.
So it means the select board presides over like the type of
I don't
proceeding
know
we
that
had
the new
before.
bylaw would trump the special act.
I don't think so.
But I think it's easy enough to work something out with planning board that one meeting a month or once every 2 months, the very first thing, we do a joint meeting and we just take care of.
Work through the trees.
Work, yeah,
The
trees.
trees have gone very quickly typically.
knock on wood,
For the
Sam,
most
sorry.
But
Okay,
all the
well,
pre-work went into it, right?
I'm
So-
interested
Just did the pre-work.
And the arborist
Yeah.
Correct.
waited and
Yeah.
there was a representative from both boards at the.
Well, yeah, we
hearing,
did. Me
Right,
and I
so
both
I think,
But I think planning board wants to continue that piece. Meaning, correct me if I'm wrong, is, you know, when the walkthroughs happen, there's enough advance notice that a planning board member certainly can attend the walk. Which is exactly what we did.
okay.
You know? Want to come up, Mimi, sorry. I just want to make sure people can hear you.
So a couple things. We've had an arborist that has done evaluations on trees on several roads in town, and we have a list of dead trees. I would think that would be the priority to take care of those, and you don't need an arborist.
Right.
Like,
Okay.
you know, anyone can look and see.
Well, I agree. There's some on Oregon Road I was driving around that are just totally,
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to just emphasize, let's just take care of those.
Just need a chainsaw.
You could,
Right.
no, you need a.
So depending on the
public
road,
hearing.
I think for you would need.
I mean, you still need a hearing,
Still need a hearing.
Yeah.
but you don't need an arborist to say that's a dead tree.
Yeah.
Unless there's a question.
With my limited knowledge of trees, can tell you
Looks pretty good.
if it has no leaves on it in the middle of the summer. So I would think that would be the first thing to take care of, which we don't really need an arborist for. And then there's that list of residents'
Citizens,
calls, which,
Some are, some aren't.
well, so the last I heard, Chris was gonna update that with another column with what the status is, and I haven't heard
Okay.
anything.
I'll follow up with him on that tomorrow, maybe.
We ought to be able to make progress, it sounds like, with the backlog of trees that are dead, so.
Yes.
But we don't have a
Without the
complete
need of
listing
an
in town, though.
No, but we have several roads.
Several step, there was 2, I think, there's 2 different artist reports that Maya paid for.
I think there are 3.
Is it 3? Okay.
But then, okay, but those that are on scenic roads would then need to have a a
Yes.
joint hearing.
Joint hearing.
Correct.
Those are difficult to schedule, right?
You could have we should just schedule a meeting if
Yeah.
there's that many,
One
one
quarter.
meeting
Okay, good
specifically
idea.
for this.
One
Have a
quarter.
Yeah,
planning
when we
board.
did hearings, and they weren't just on dead trees, but we did in the last hearings, we really did, other than the ones just a couple weeks ago in October of 2020.
Yeah.
We did like
Very quick.
40 trees or something. and
Okay.
So I think maybe we need to look at the list and see how many they are. First, I think it's gonna be more than our tree
79.
budget. 79, there we go.
Yeah.
79,
Is
so
that
we would
what it
need,
is? 79.
we would need to see what the cost would be, obviously, and if we can do this before fall town meeting, we can
Or
obviously.
look to the tree warden, and DPW, to make a suggestion about how do you make the money go as far as it can go in a reasonable way. And simultaneously, it would be good to ask the tree warden to put together a plan for how do we do similar evaluation for other roads in town. Ultimately, it'd be great to have a list for, all the dead trees on public roads.
So I,
Scenic roads.
Sam, I think they got another grant, and they're gonna be doing a whole nother list of roads. I just don't know specifically what they are yet. Karen mentioned
We
it.
can probably find dead trees faster than we can pay.
Yeah, I
for them
think
to be
so.
removed.
I think so.
So does that mean the tree warden would be kind of administrative, but they would advise the
Well,
select
what
board?
I'm suggesting is, sounds like for a while, we could have to continue doing that.
For the, you mean the scenic roads and the tree, we're gonna need the tree warden regardless. I'm not qualified certainly to go out and look at trees. I mean, ultimately, according to what Mark just said, and Kathy, you probably had more conversations with Mark on this than we, that ultimately, we are the tree warden, and any hearings, this board has to be a part of. That's how the special act was done.
So
Right, so what we did last meeting was wrong. That's why we stopped talking about the 2 trees on Deerfoot and Flag, because we called it an appeal and it wasn't an appeal. We hadn't had the consolidated hearing. Planning board had it with Mr. Leroy and not with us, so we just stopped talking about those 2 trees.
Okay, just big picture.
Yep.
I know it might take some bureaucracy work to revise a special act so that the select board is no longer the tree warden, but I just think that I'm happy to delegate that, and that I thought the statute said the select board appoints the tree warden, and then you collaborate with the planning board on the, in a public meeting, select who would be the tree warden, and the person be appropriately qualified, and then we don't have to preside over for the next X number of years. Right?
So
That's more
according to council, you can delegate the responsibility, not the decision.
I don't get that.
So you can appoint Mr. Leroy to be the tree warden and to go and do the investigation and get the resident complaints about the trees and check them out and do everything. And do all the, as Ms. Latrella said, all the administrative pieces of it and everything in that. And then would come to you, and again, if it's a scenic road, it's a joint hearing. And he'll make his recommendation. And the select board will either need to
Okay.
accept or.
So is that a whole public hearing then, at where the tree, it is?
Yes.
Yes.
If it's not a scenic road, it's our decision.
We have to
If it's
pay
not a
to
scenic road,
post
it's
in
your
the
decision.
newspaper and all that?
That's what's required by statute.
Either way, though.
Yeah.
So we deal with all the trees. Some of them are going to be joint with planning board and some won't, whether they're scenic roads or not. But we deal with them all.
Right?
But
Most will be joint because
Most
every
roads are scenic.
road that
That's
became a public way
1978.
before 1978 is a scenic road.
And
Yes.
all may be scenic at some point.
Except the numbered routes, those
Yeah.
would give you only sacrosanct ones.
We could certainly start a parallel process to do a special act. I mean, it takes time, but it's not. Those are usually passed by the legislature. Nobody argues too much about it. It's bureaucratic.
Well, look, maybe this is like a July 7.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
Near term, the
Mimi,
chance
thank
seems
you.
pretty clear.
much appreciated as always.
Okay. So in terms of an extension of the appointment for the current tree warden, we currently have him through 6/30/22. So I would suggest that we extend that, and continue to use an arborist as needed and extend him for 90 days, at least as we're getting closer to fall town meeting and figuring out what a more permanent path is.
So I would suggest doing it maybe 6 months. If we're gonna really take a look at taking down these dead trees, then
Okay.
I'm certainly not qualified to go out, even though the dead. There's always somebody that's
I'm
not-
fine with 6 months. Let's just do it. And then
He's willing to do that.
Yep. Is that willing one?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do
So,
that.
I make a motion, or sorry, will somebody make a motion to extend the appointment of Chris Leroy as tree warden through 12/31/22?
So, second.
Roll call, Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
I,
Malinowski's aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, discussion of St. Mark's Street project. Mark, do you want to give an update in terms of timing on the project and that kind of thing?
Sure. So my understanding is that St. Mark's School is still in the process of filing the application with the state for archaeological study. Once that is done, it will be several weeks, probably close to a month before that's approved. I think that the bottom line for the work to be done and results to be known is probably going to be somewhere around Labor Day. And I think that the board had indicated, if not voted, to kind of put a pause on the project until after the results of that work was known. Since also I did have a meeting with DOT. DOT had asked to meet with myself, Ms. Gallagher, and also with Greg from VHB, who designed the project and helped with the application for the grant. And they just wanted to discuss the project, discuss where we were with it, and also included was the person, Cassandra Gascon, who coordinates the shared streets program at the state level. So we had met and we had a conversation about where we were with the project. We talked about some of the challenges that we've had and the effect that the project is currently paused, given the situation. Mass DOT, I think it alluded to earlier this evening, and that had been contacted by Inspector General's office because they were looking into some, as I think they put it, social media posts and everything in that about the project, and they wanted to understand things a little bit more. So we had a conversation with them again, Ann Sullivan, Michael O'Hara, and Barry Laurier, who's the head of District 3, was meeting with us on the project. Couple of takeaways that, and I'm waiting to get something back formally from Mr. Laurier, is that in reviewing the grant expenditures for the project, MassDOT had determined, and Ms. Gascon from the state concurred, the funds were spent appropriately as related to the grant as defined in the application. In terms of the road funds that were expended in the Chapter 90, they felt those funds were expended appropriately on the project. While the cross-country path of the history walk wasn't constructed, if you look at the original map that was put up about the history walk, it did include sidewalks and everything that either are currently constructed or are planned to be part of the project on St. Mark Street. And so that will, the only piece of the history walk that isn't being done at this point is the cross-country piece, which is going over the library property where the story walk is now. There was a discussion about the applicability of the project. If the, would the project still have been advantageous or eligible if a history walk wasn't included? And Ms. Gascon had said that it was. Would it have been more attractive with a full history walk and everything. She thought that it might be, but it certainly did not affect the eligibility for it. I think one of the takeaways for this is the shared streets program was intended by the state to be a quick hitting program. We want to give you the money. We want something done with it right away. We want to move quickly and see the results. And what Southborough tried to do with it was not wrong. It just made it more difficult because it was a smaller piece of a larger project. And I think it's more for, in their opinion, it was a little bit of lessons learned that, we need to make sure moving forward that, these are more standalone than they are accent pieces to other projects. One thing, so two takeaways from that meeting. DOT was satisfied with the information provided in the conversation. They're essentially waiting to hear from us as to when the park is completed. And they, come out and inspect and make sure everything's all set. There's really not going to be any need to have another discussion with DOT unless there's no park. If there's no park, which is the central piece of the grant, then we'll need to have another conversation about, whether or not the grant funding is still applicable. So, and then the last piece, which again, I'm waiting for some clarification from Mass DOT on, is that until this grant piece is resolved, there's probably going to be a little bit of a hold on future grant applications coming from Southborough. So consideration is probably going to be, not wholly given until this issue gets, this grant gets satisfied. So.
Just quickly, so
Yes.
the extension was through 6/30/23.
That's correct. 6/30 of 23. So the grant funds under the shared streets have been expended.
Agreed, but for the park to be completed,
No. So, no. 6/30/23 was the extension for Northborough Road for the ARPA funds for the state.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
why I thought it was 6/30.
So at this point.
No, the original grant was to be done by May 31st, then we got an extension and that $290,000 was spent. So we met the deadline as far as that grant goes.
Okay, I had my years off.
December 31st, 2021 for that.
Yes.
shared street.
All right,
Yes.
that's fine. I had my year off. Thank you.
Yes. Again, I'm waiting for some confirmation from Mr. Lorian on those facts, but those were the takeaways from the meeting.
And are they going to put what they told you in writing?
So the hardest thing to get from the state is something in writing, but it has been requested. And so I hope that I've given them a head start to create what we're looking for in writing. But yes, I tried to impress upon them. I think it would be very helpful to have what I've just talked about in writing.
Andrew?
Okay, well, maybe I'm just jumping the gun here. I'm ready to talk about this revised charge whenever you want, but I thought, and what you,
Okay, any other comments of what Mr. Purple just?
Yes, quick question, Mark. Given the timing that you mentioned, if hypothetically we get a response on the archaeological process by Labor Day, is it then not possible, if assuming hypothetically that we restart the construction projects at that point, can we get anything significant done during this construction season, or do they not have enough time at that point?
So I think it depends where the contractor is with other projects. It doesn't appear that they're going to be considering the Deerfoot flag intersection. And again, at some point, I think that's something this board should take a position on, that if we're doing or not doing, so that we can work things out with the contractor if we have to amend an existing contract. But that's a separate issue. I think the question is, how quickly can we get them back?
Yeah.
And is there other work that they can be doing? Because again, they didn't want to bring a crew in to do work down here at the triangle. They want to bring them in to do it here and do it in other places if they could. So I think it's how we can fit in their plans. We can still have those conversations.
Yeah, I ask because I'm not too excited about having a large pile of dirt there for
another year.
Well,
I agree.
so one thing that you could do, first off, the road work, if any work was done by the end of this year, it would just be the road. Not the park. Okay.
Yes.
So the
Yes.
road, and that is, I know Mr. Miller has made the point, recommending that this wait until the archaeological study is done. So then, that's one thing, but one thing you could do is to just grade it for now, so it doesn't have the big piles, and then, there's then a more community-driven process for a plan for park. And then that's something that hopefully would then be 2023. Again, all of this is a little bit slower than I thought in the summer of 2021, but that's why I keep mentioning the tricentennial, is I just continue to think that it's a valuable space, and that by 2027, we'll get it done before then, but there'll be a nice park, and in the history walk, everyone agrees this is an opportunity to build a history walk. It's just how, where, when, etc.
Yeah, I think the challenge with this, is what Mr. Purple said, is we can't get any grants until this is done. So I almost think that we need to know what we're doing sooner rather than later, to either come up with what we think should be done, or go back to the state and say, and I'm not saying, I think these are the two options. I'm not saying what we should do, but I think the two options are, you either know what you're doing, you finish it, and you move on, or you give the money back to the state for what was spent.
But
already.
hopefully, we're not sitting and waiting for, Labor Day. So, and I know you want to get to your second part of it.
Hold on for a second. Remember, this contract included 3 parts. The biggest part is still finishing Main Street. Nothing stopping that from going forward. It's supposed to be starting really soon, so the contractor can start there. There is a chance we're going to hear from St. Mark's, or at least what the archaeologist thinks, before Labor Day, as far as at least knowing how far north any issues are, which is what we're trying to find out. And that's why we're holding off on the road work. But even if we don't hear until Labor Day, as soon as we hear, we should be ready to go. We should discuss with contractors so that they're teed up, ready to go. So I don't see why this is going to delay getting future grants that much. Andrew's working committee will continue its work on the park, which he's going to talk about in a second. So it still should be able to happen fairly fast. We're not a year away, we're a few months away. It's delayed for a few months until we get to study, and it's assuming this study has a result that lets us do this work.
Let me just ask, so the grant was contingent, or well, your general discussion was?
Yes.
On the park being completed, correct? So I think Kathy, you can't do the plantings until the spring. So that brings me to my second question. How may that affect the one-stop grant that we applied for?
That's what I really would like the clarification. Excuse me, clarification from Mass DOT.
So the hold on the grant is until the park is completed, or at least there is a design. It's until the park is
Well,
completed.
the one-stop grant's gone in, right?
Has,
application.
but if they're not going to, if they're gonna hold back grants, that may be one cap. Again, that's why I asked Mark, could this hinder us for this round for this year?
And I don't have that level of detail. I don't know if it only extends to, grants that MassDOT has some jurisdiction in. I don't know if it extends to MOD for disability grants. Does it impact our green communities grants type of thing? Right? So I'm going to say that hopefully, whatever it is the focus is narrow. But my point was that I just, to finish the thought I started to make earlier, was hopefully that this committee can work in parallel while the investigation is going on, so that really you're going to continue to move forward on this. And then, the committee has got something, an idea to galvanize around. when work is ready to begin.
Mark, does the MBTA community grant thing limitation affect us in any of this? Is this connected if we, for example, don't move forward on that one, pass the test on that in terms of the zoning overlay or whatever for the housing? Is that something that trumps MassDOT grants as well?
I think it probably would have some level of importance.
That's what I thought I was hearing when I
Yeah.
listened to the DHCD people, frankly.
Yeah.
So we have several layers of restrictions here.
I don't know, yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know the limitations of the comment, which is really why
Yeah.
I've asked for that, you know,
Okay.
I've asked, as Ms. Cook is, you know, I've asked for that in writing so that I can understand, you know, get that point clarified. There's a comment that was made, and I need to understand what exactly is meant by it.
Okay. But I think you're right. I think sort of keep going with the planning process as rapidly as we can. And push the dig project as rapidly as we can. Is that answer there?
So should we talk about the charge?
Sure. Okay, so there's a draft, a red line version in the packet. There's one red line edit that I forgot to make, and I just think it in the second line, which is to generate a written recommendation, right? Rather than just a oral recommendation. Okay, so basically, the first charge was more narrow to fill the circular space in the center. This is broader for the design and themes for the proposed park. In terms of the number, this draft has it going from 7 to 9 and having a representative of the Historical Commission and one from the Open Space Preservation Committee. I sent this draft to the chairs of those two committees. The intent, to be clear, is that the currently appointed members would continue here, although I know that Mr. Blanchard, who was appointed, indicated he was not seeking reappointment. So practically, there's really 5. So just kind of look, one thing I think maybe for the board to consider is if you want to go quicker rather than slower. And since we have 5 members right now, if you went to 7 and you added a representative of the Historical Commission, Open Space Commission, Preservation Commission, that would probably, the appointments would probably go quicker rather than, particularly as, we go July 7th and then the calendar gets tight over the summer, right? And advertising for interest in the summer is tough too, but so I'm this is the draft that I prepared that I would I think the board should consider just 9 and 7. I know, but Kathy, this came up in the advisory committee size, right? About, your view, 9 is just not a great number for a committee. 7 is a better number in terms of, because you have 9, a lot of people just might not show up, and then you get a problem with getting quorum.
Here, here.
Mr. Blanchard's statement, yeah.
I'm sorry?
That was what I thought when I saw Mr. Blanchard was not applying for reappointment. And we do.
I'm all for the 7. I think 7's the right number, especially if we get historical and open spaces part of the 7.
I have a couple questions. So you're really changing the scope. You're actually designing something now. So I worry about, we don't have any money in a budget for a consultant, which I think at some point is going to be required because you're talking potentially ADA, some engineering. So that's my one concern. My second concern is obviously we talked about getting it done sooner rather than later. So I would be interested in putting a date on this. And then third, I would leave it at 9 and I would look for members within the community with the engineering or the design background that may help you guide you in this path. Those are my
Okay, so just on the first point, because Mark and I and Karen had a discussion about this a little bit earlier today, like exactly a concern about designing a park by a committee, right? This would just, the way I kind of envision this is just, if there could be a recommendation, it's just one page, it's almost bullet points. These are the types of themes, here's rough ideas about where things could go, and then bringing in an engineer to go. I think that you know, the term of art was the 75% done plan, right? The first set of plans, the June 2021 plans were 75% done plans. That, and I mean, Mark can speak to this of whether there's another funding source that might be able to pay for that, the next phase of going from working group, you know, one-page bullet points presented to the select board, then to have engineer assist the working group, going to maybe even just a couple different, like here's a different couple different conceptual plans. Form a consensus about a conceptual plan, then move to a 75% done plan. And then you have a plan that reflects more community input than did the June 2021 plans. I mean, another moving part in this is, you know, the history walk, that's really in the wheelhouse of a community preservation act, right? And that's another funding source for that. So those are my ideas. I certainly share your concern. We do not want to have actual plans designed by a committee like this, but
I
it's
just want you to be
themes.
successful in whatever tools we have to do to make this working group and the redesign successful. We need to consider it as we move forward.
Well, then, I think of it as a functional design. I think the committee could do a functional design, saying, here are the components that we think are important here. And then having, you know, engineer, architect, landscape planner, whatever, thinking about, how do you organize the space so you can support those functions? As you suggested, it's far more technical.
Yeah.
Clearly want the right expertise.
The last
there.
meeting ended with exactly that. Mr. Signs. It's just a handwritten sketch that has, you know, ideas about where different components could go, but obviously you can't design off of that.
I mean, Andrew, I'm willing to certainly support moving forward because there's work that has to be done. I just think the 9 isn't a bad idea because you may be able to get someone that you're looking for. Again, you could start with who you have. You have 5, so you got what you need.
Up to 9.
Up to 9,
charge.
yeah. And specifically put a call out for whether it be an engineer, an architect, whatever. Look at capital, we've been fairly successful.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
If you do up to 9, that means the form's 5, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it gives the board the opportunity to, you know, other interested parties that may come forward that, again, when we put the call out, Vanessa would be happy to do this because she does such a great job at it, you know, looking for something specific. The board just needs to decide, you know, is it an architect? Is it potentially an engineer or a designer? I mean, whatever, you know, I think we have a great opportunity. There's a great base. Sam, you talk about it all the time. Look through the street listing and, you know, I think there's great opportunity here. And I look at the golf course master plan committee. We had what, 18 of us? And we really got to a good place. I'm not suggesting 18, not by any means.
And a key element there was a landscape planner, basically. So, but again, Andrew, good point, with 7 people initially, a quorum of 5 is probably not an insurmountable barrier.
I like the up to 9 in looking for specific people to help in the design.
Those are the only other point I had was, do we want to put, obviously, at least a date for them to try to have a plan? Granted, some of the stuff isn't going to happen at the beginning of next year, we know it, you know, the plantings and stuff. But if we give them just enough time to put something together, then hopefully in the spring, we can hit the ground running. We can do whatever we need to do to move forward.
So is this deadline for, again, the simple phase would be literally just a 1-page document with maybe just a hand sketch.
Initial plan.
So would that be for that? And then knowing that the next phase would be to move to, then that's where the money part of it would come in. And,
How long do you think it would take, Andrew, to just kind of, is
what about
Labor Day? Is that enough? I mean, you have a quorum pretty much now.
Yeah.
And you've been meeting, right? So
Right.
you,
Yeah, no,
so you
but-
have ideas that I'm sure have been thrown out.
Yeah.
We
Right?
haven't met in the last couple of weeks in part because I knew that this was going to come up and it was going to make sense to have. There's also, since town meeting, maybe we've had 1,
Okay.
maybe 2.
So that's 2 months, 2.5 months,
2
almost.
months that are in June, July, and August. That's a little I mean, what about September 30th?
Perfect. If you think, and again, if you need more time, Andrew, you just come back, you know, but at least it sets some type of expectation on, trying to get something.
So then, is the first iteration of this, we went from one draft, then a revised draft was approved the second committee.
I don't need to see it again
Okay.
with these edits. I mean, you know, again, you put in the date, you're doing 9, we're gonna search for 2 more, I'm done. I'm more than happy to approve this tonight and to move forward as edited.
Okay, so the only changes off of this are gonna be second line, written recommendation.
Yes.
Strike through the last sentence, working group shall aim to deliver the recommendation to the select board by September 30th, 2022.
Fair enough. And then
Initial
just, I would make it up to 9, not consist of 9.
Initial recommendation,
The
up to
town
9.
Usually does not like the up to, because then that affects the quorum.
Well,
So
yeah, but I think
normally
we're
it's
saying,
a definitive number.
I agree with you. I would keep it at 9, knowing that you
Okay.
have,
Yeah.
because your quorum's still gonna have to be 5.
It's just clean, it's cleaning.
So, Andrew, based on what you know that you need to do, what type of person would you like us to put a call out for? An engineer, an architect, somebody in the construction trade, leave it general?
Okay, so I think.
Why doesn't Andrew just send Mark an email with this info in it and give it to us so we can keep going?
Well, I think that this is something that is worth discussing. I mean, I do think that having some emphasis, you know, architecture is helpful, engineering, because you know, right now we have a representative of library trustees. Select board, with this historical commission. Open space, ADA. So then, but none of us are engineers, architects. I mean, this is more landscape design than building a building or anything like that. It's just practicalities of how to do something like that.
The civil engineer would have useful information.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one, Sam.
Structural grading, drainage, all those kind of things that you think about.
Well, I think it's easy enough. If that's kind of what you're looking for, Vanessa has an idea, maybe we could get something out tomorrow. And then that's it.
Okay.
Free consultant.
There you go. That works, Sam.
After personnel board.
So do we need to approve the charge?
I think you do.
Marguerite has her hand raised.
That's right. Okay.
Marguerite, you should be able to speak.
Hi, just quickly, because I know we're all tired. Thank you very much. I hope we come up with something that everybody loves.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so is there a motion to approve the expanded committee charge for the St. Mark's Street Park Working Group as revised?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Brush.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski, aye. Thank you. Okay, discussion of process for police chief recruitment. So there is, I think, 2 paths for this one. One would be to do an internal process with the current membership of the police department. And the second would be to do an outside process, which is related to the draft search committee. So if we were to do an internal process, you wouldn't have a committee for this. And if you were to do an internal process, you would not. Hopefully I said that right. So, you know, I think there's pros and cons to both. I think that, you know, we've really been harping on our public safety departments in particular on having succession plans. I think that's been a big part of this board, at least since I've been on it, is making sure that our public safety are equipped to take over if need be. And I think that, we have a lot of seniority in the police department today that probably there's interest within internally to go that route. I think one of the advantages to going outside is you have the opportunity to compare candidates and see what pool exists. There's also disadvantages to that. Not having grown up in the department and that kind of thing, but I think there's pros and cons to both. I think the timeline of going for an internal process obviously would be a lot faster than an external process. And I think there's just less disruption for the department to do internal. So that's kind of the two paths that I think we can go. So I'll open it up to the board for discussion on those two options, and then we can talk about those. Thank you.
So I strongly have believed since I've been on the board in succession planning. And I think we've gone down that path, and that was a pretty big discussion when we met with the fire chief's contract as well. It's making sure we had things in place. I think there are people within the department. I think that I would like to try an internal posting. I think the department's been through a lot. I think there's a lot of support within the department to go that way. And again, I think we have candidates there that have been in town a long time. They understand Southborough, they understand the department. And I get external posting. I understand why we've done it in the past. But I think, I personally think we have what we're looking for within the department. So I would certainly, that's just my 2 cents. I would be more for doing an internal posting and going that route, and letting the department heal as well.
Okay, so this is a difficult decision, but one of the things that is, one of the first questions I had, are these really inconsistent? There really are just two separate paths, because obviously if you did an external posting, internal candidates would also be allowed.
Yes.
Okay. But I mean, one just concern that I have is that this position has really been not filled since February.
Correct.
So it's now June, and that's a factor which for me weighs against is the external posting is one. And another thing, the first step would really be before even, in addition to having the appointments for the search committee, you'd also need to pick who the consultant would be, right? And then that would be a whole process, again, heading into the summer. I'm just guessing that an external process, a decision in like October,
Probably
November.
5 months. You can probably factor 5 months.
Okay, so that, and it doesn't necessarily lead to it's a more complicated process, doesn't necessarily lead to a better process. So those are my thoughts, but then I'll listen to what other people have to say too.
I guess I come out where Lisa is, but for a different reason.
That's okay, Stan.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
allowed.
I can stop there. Don't say anything else. I think I'm not at all compelled by the argument that we have people who've been here a long time. I think that for me, at least, with now imperfect hindsight, I think going outside for both the police chief and the fire chief last night was exactly the right decision. I think we did at least at the time very well with those decisions. However, I think that the points folks have made about the continuity and disruption are important. And having gone this long without that position being filled, I think that it is, practically speaking, a good choice to do the internal process, see what we come up with, maybe with some external validation for that process with a consultant of some type to provide external reference on that, and assuming that answer comes back to say that there is a qualified internal candidate. I'd also like to leave the door open as we get through a transition period to not think about doing a 5-year deal or something like that as a result of that internal piece.
Yep.
To have some sort of It's certainly not interim, but at least continuing evaluation, and hopefully that choice could work out very successfully.
Yeah.
And turn into a long-term, very positive decision. But I think I've always believed there's great value in sort of looking around the outside world to see what's out there. And I think we, in many ways, have an attractive position here. It could attract some interesting external candidates, just as we've done in the past. So I wind up at the same place, looking internally and seeing if we could find a good choice there. I'm assuming that people would be interested in the position. I have no idea that they would or wouldn't, but I would think that would be the case. And it's certainly, I think, appropriate to ask and see where that goes. And hopefully we could do that within a couple of months kind of time period. Sort of provide folks with continuous leadership there that has been uncertain.
Kathy, anything else you want to add to this conversation?
I don't think there's much else to add. I agree with Sam and Lisa, and I guess probably Andrew too. They're not mutually exclusive. I think we start internal, and then if it doesn't work out, then we will broaden our search to external. But let's start internal first. And let's try to get this thing going as soon as we can so that we minimize the time that we're without a chief.
So I think we're all on the same page. So I'm going to suggest a timeline here for us to talk about. I would suggest that Mr. Purple posts the position internally to the police department tomorrow and send a memo to every member of the department, either from you or the board, doesn't matter to me, just alerting them that we're doing an internal process, and to, if they're interested, to please send their resume and a letter of interest by 2 weeks from now, which would be June 28th, June 29th, if we're talking about tomorrow. And that we, in short order, meet as a board to review the applicants at that time to determine next steps. And at the same time that we have the internal posting out, that Mr. Purple reach out to consultants who do this for a living to explain the process that we're going through, and to have them come up with options based on 1, 2, and 3+ candidates, and come up with some pricing on how to do a background check, reference, psychological exam, and or potentially an assessment center. And then when we get all the candidates in 2 weeks, then the board can decide the path forward, and we at least know what the options are in terms of that next step.
I'm not sure about the value of the assessment center in this particular circumstance. I think that if we get the right consultant, that individual may well be able to provide that kind of information, because I observed the assessment center process for the fire chief, which was very helpful, because those were folks who were not really known to anybody in town, basically, at that point.
So that's why I think we need to meet in 2 weeks. So that we know. And then I think we can make that decision on whether that's the right step or not. But I think to have to leave the door open on what, give the consultants an opportunity to give suggestions, and then I think we can vet those.
Yeah, exactly. And if we could make a choice at that time in terms of consultant, then I think the rest of the process can work very quickly. I doubt that we're going to get 10 people internally who say, I want to sign up here.
So Kathy, will you be back when you come back the 20th? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we can do that on Zoom, that would be helpful. That meeting. Or
we're having a meeting on June 20th.
no, we post it for 2 weeks. So, well, we cut it off on the 28th.
So we meet on the 28th.
29th.
The 29th.
And on the 29th, Wednesday.
Leave the opportunity to apply for the 28th, and then we meet on the 29th.
All right, you just cut it off on the 27th and we meet on the 28th.
Yeah. You want to meet on the 28th, Kathy?
I would prefer to meet on Tuesday, the 28th,
Okay.
than Wednesday, the 29th. But I'm just one person, so let's see what the
That's fine with me.
majority wants to do.
I was just trying to get the time frame set up. I wasn't stuck on the dates.
Kathy, are you good with it being Zoom?
Yeah, and remember, we're on our own. Mr. Purple's on vacation.
Oh, Ms. Hale will be here though.
Yes, she will. So,
Does that work?
You're more than capably covered.
I think
yes,
so.
we are. Yes, we are.
Okay, so the 28th, I'm fine anytime, just whatever the board decides.
6:30 is a better time for me.
6:30?
Okay.
It's not gonna go that long.
6:30 sounds good to me too. I mean, this is our only agenda item for the 28th.
Okay, great. Okay, so do
Good.
we need to take a vote?
Put in.
On that?
No, just suck.
Yes. Did you say yes? Okay. So is there a motion to post an internal position for police chief? Sorry. Is there a motion to, how about you make the motion?
Okay, I'll try. I'll give it a whirl.
Okay.
Is there a motion to create an internal posting for, within the police department for the position of police chief with a cutoff date of
Letters of interest.
thank you,
And resume.
and resume by
June 27th.
June 27th.
So move.
Okay, roll call vote. Brascio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Was
No one
there a
seconded
second?
it.
Was there a
No one
second?
Sorry, I thought Sam did.
No,
I
Sam,
moved.
you moved it.
Oh.
Oh, because I made the motion. So
Right,
you would have
so you
seconded it, Sam.
seconded it.
Ultimately, you
okay,
seconded
second.
it.
All
You
right.
seconded, okay. Brascio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski's aye. Okay, thank you. All right, next item is the notification of FY 22 budget adjustments for financial policies. So Mr. Sabelli sent us a memo. This actually is below our financial policy, but I think he was just being extremely thorough on funds that will need to be used for the salary line out of the non-salary funds. The second one is related to the fire department. I spoke with him this week, and he thinks he's gonna be okay, but given what we decided to do for Juneteenth and some other items related to overtime and the end of the year, he just wanted to put us on notice that he's gonna be tight and hopefully won't need a transfer, but just wanted to let us know. And then the third one is related to DPW for fuel. I think those were unanticipated costs for everyone related to fuel this year. So she's 37,000 in the negative. They're going to need another PO taken out on that before, another diesel delivery, which I take out of PO before the end of the year. And so she is anticipating being able to cover everything within her budget at the bottom line, but not within the individual line items.
So can I
Go ahead.
have a request, Chelsea?
Yeah.
So when you vote on the DPW, I'm gonna recuse myself.
Okay.
Because my husband plows for the town, so
Okay.
I never participate in anything to do with snow removal.
Okay.
So if you could do it separately.
Sure.
And then one other question.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, you done?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. And for the assessors.
Yeah.
So that was a shortage. Why are we not just covering that through? Do we have the funds, Mr. Purple, in our salary line item? Because that person technically was in the Board of Selectmen for the deputy assessor.
So I would have to go back and take a look. We did have some shortfalls.
Okay, that's fine then. I thought I would just throw that out
Yeah,
there.
no, I agree. So we did, so there was some additional, there was an issue with a longevity payment
Okay.
for the same employee, which
Okay.
was originally budgeted in our budget. So we're covering that piece.
Okay, that's fine. So are you looking to take votes on these, Chelsea, or just these are notifications?
I do think you need.
Yeah,
a
we
vote
do
to
need a
vote
vote.
on it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna I'll step back, but before you vote on the DPW, I'm gonna go sit in the audience. That's all.
I just got a process question, because I was a little confused between the difference between the item we're on now, Roman numeral 7G, and the one up on the consent agenda,
Yeah.
6G. Okay, so I guess 6G is interdepartmental
Correct.
transfers.
These are all happening within their existing budgets.
Okay, so the IT was an interdepartmental. I thought it was.
No.
No.
No, these are all intra. These
Okay,
are
so
all
that's
intra.
why- Aren't they kind of? It's not a big deal. I didn't completely understand.
I don't see any difference between the IT one and these. They're all intra-department. You're moving it from one line item to the other.
Okay, so really, that was right. There really isn't a difference between these two items. Whatever, they're all reasonable.
So is there a motion to approve the assessor request and the fire request if needed? Like we're acknowledging that there may be some shifting in line. So is there a motion to approve the shifting as needed for the assessors and fire department?
I see no reason to vote on fire, Chelsea. It hasn't happened. So just vote on assessors. Let fire actually happen.
Okay, so is there a motion to support the assessor shift in funds for the FY22 budget?
So moved. Second.
Brashio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Lanowski's aye. Okay, and then is there a motion to approve the DPW bottom line spend
Chelsea.
request? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
On the
Mimi.
DPW. Can you come up, Mimi? Sorry.
On the DPW, what is design concepts for a growing wetland on Deerfoot Road? Is that something that the Concom should be working on?
That I'm not. Good question. I don't know the answer. So I think what we could do is approve the bottom line budget and then get an answer on the Deerfoot. Okay.
What was Mimi looking at?
The memo where it says quarterly budget line item overage. It's like, it's the last sentence on that memo.
So the bottom line budget request,
It's
Takes-
related to the fuel.
if you do the bottom line budget request, you don't need to take anything from the reserve fund.
Correct.
Okay. I'm in favor of it. Make a motion.
Yeah, and then we'll just get an answer on the Deerfoot.
I move
Thank you.
that the select board approve the bottom line budget request as presented in the DPW Superintendent's June 9 memo.
Second. Roll call. Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Malinowski's aye, and Bridget, for the minutes, Ms. Brashio abstained from that. All right. Public comment.
That's okay.
I won't take long. So with regard to your discussion about the size of the park committee, Mr. Hagney, with whom I agree most of the time, is a little bit more sensitive on quorum than I am. And I just should point out that under the open meeting law, you are allowed in a charge to set quorum for a committee. So you could have chosen to do up to 9 and then specify that the quorum shall be a majority of the members serving. Personally, I am, but no less than 3. But that is the way to have the flexibility without running afoul of things.
I actually think that might be something to consider here.
I didn't mean to reopen something, but.
Well, it's a public comment, so we're not going to reopen. Thank you, though.
Really, we can't do that? We can't reopen?
After public comment. No,
After.
I don't, no,
Okay.
no.
Hi, David Marion, 58 Flag Road. I hope I remember. So I found the conversation very interesting between Mr. Litt and Jay about using the advisory MTC as the advisory for IT. And in my head, I was saying, I really just wish the select board would do that with Karen Galligan from DPW and use the advisory that we have, which is the Public Works Planning Board. So you may know that I tried to speak to Mr. Morris and Mr. Semino about what to do about Public Works Planning Board not having met in a number of months, years now. And actually, Mr. Bennington, attempted to participate, but it wasn't fruitful. So, after a number of months, I'd like to ask if, the board could act and talk with the chair about why he's not meeting. But in any event, have that same conversation with Ms. Galligan about using the advisory. I did a public records request and Mr. Purple kindly gave a number of documents. My request was a list of projects that the town engineer has done or participated in since we started using VHB, maybe 2019. I think I got about 8 or 9 projects. Many of these projects are road projects, and they're all 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 0 of them have gone through Public Works Planning Board. And so tonight we're talking about water tower, we're talking about speed on the roads. I've previously brought up, getting an update on truck exclusion. All these are items that go to Public Works Planning Board. So not all of these items can be, covered by capital planning. So yes, that was a great first step, but there's another piece of it. I think that the public, sentiment about DPW is extremely low right now, and we really need oversight. And I think that if we're going to use Chapter 447 of the 1991 Legislative Acts, we have to use it 100%. We can't just use the first part for the tree warden and forget about the last part, which is the Public Works Planning Board was set up at the same time as DPW as the advisory. So what I'd really like to ask is, can you take on this charge, have this discussion with Ms. Galligan, and insist that each of these Public Works projects come to the advisory group that was set up, and that should be the group that advises you. So that's my ask.
Thank you.
I do have another comment. I heard also tonight several times about using an engineer. I guess it occurred to me when we're having the water tank conversation, talking about an engineer that could be helpful for the St. Mark's Triangle, an engineer who, civil engineer, I don't know, there was something else, tonight. And I've brought up also to you that it's unclear to me why we don't have a town engineer. At the time, it was sort of headline news that we got rid of our town engineer, but it was said to have been sort of a financial decision. When I went back to look, I didn't see exactly that. I saw that DPW, at least the meeting minutes I was looking at, that DPW was asked or proposed that Karen would replace the town engineer, who was a professional engineer, PE, replace it with a town staff engineer. So my understanding is today we don't even have a staff engineer. And at the time, the Conservation Commission wrote a letter, which I've sent to all of you, where they expressed their dissatisfaction because they rely on a town engineer. So I'd be interested to know if the board would take a look at, maybe what we're spending on outside consultants, which we know is always more than an internal person. And I think there's just as a comparison, I think we should know, about whether it be more economical to have town engineer. But also I think there's more of an open door policy. When I've been looking at websites of whether it's truck exclusion or other things, I see that some towns have, the town engineer has office hours. The town engineer has, drop in or call me. I think I sent something about Northborough and setting up a safety zone by the school, which is something I'd like to propose to you guys, and not just looking at truck exclusion, but probably sidewalks and other things. That was the town engineer that was leading that. And I think that right now Southborough is really in a deficit for having gotten rid of that position. So I'd propose that, you know, if you would please, to take a look at whether, you know, it's not to say we're not going to need external engineers. We are, right? But you need somebody also to oversee their work. If we had a town engineer, for example, maybe that person could drop in on your meeting. I don't really know. And I have one other comment. I have made some proposed edits to the special municipal employee policy. I went through it, you know, based on the meetings that I've attended over the years. And I'd like to know how to interact with the board on that. I did put in a special public records request to find, you know, just really to look at the records actually. And so since the policy was put into place in 2019, no employee has put in any disclosures, which tells me that either there's something wrong with our policy or there's some non-compliance going on, or it's just an onerous process. So that's kind of peculiar to me. And I said, you know, well, let me go back. And I remember at the time the policy was put together, frankly, I think it was a good attempt, and Mr. Healy, I think, led it. A lot of the language is boilerplate from, I think, Westfield, so I actually found it, so it's pretty much verbatim. But there were a couple of really controversial spots, and Ms. Braccio, Mr. Sivers, you participated in that, and you pointed out what they were at the time. And I propose that it's probably a good time to revisit the policy because it's not really working. And as we know, that's a very sensitive spot having to do with divided loyalties and conflict of interest. Special municipal employees are waived from about 20 different sections of law, but they need to know if they're conflicted. And as residents, we need to know if they're conflicted also. So I've taken the first crack at it, and if it's okay with you, I'd like to send it to the board for consideration. There's a renewal every year in July. My proposal would be to rescind all of the groups right now that haven't shown the need. I think there's about 6 or something groups. Council, I think I was talking to Andrew about this, Council on Aging, poll workers, I think, EDC, a bunch of others. But if they don't need it, then we should take it away. And in fact, many towns, you have to demonstrate the need to have that special, you know, because otherwise there could be abuse. But I'm not suggesting any of that, but I think I'm leaning more toward, it doesn't appear that it's needed. And so I think that we should take it away. And if a board truly needs it, they should make a presentation and come and demonstrate the need. So I've done a lot of work on it. It took me hours actually, but I'd love to send it to you just to see if you would consider at least some of the changes.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh no, Mimi's got a book. Oh my goodness.
Because I don't have a memory. So obviously there's some lack of trust in the DPW. And I think having more transparency would go a long way to rebuilding that trust. And things that have happened, like all tree hearings used to be collaborated hearings, and suddenly all tree hearings just stopped and trees were coming down, no hearings, not complying with Mass General laws. The Public Works Planning Board used to meet, suddenly it just stopped, and they have met sporadically over the past several years. 2 road projects that relocated a road, which according to Mass General law are supposed to come to the planning board for a report, did not. I think that if there's moving forward, if the DPW superintendent pays more attention to Southborough Code, Mass General law, and is more transparent, that will go a long way to rebuilding trust. And I would think it would make her job much easier.
Thank you, Mimi. Okay, I don't see any other public comment. Is there a motion to adjourn at 10:33?
So moved.
Second.
Let Kathy second that one.
Braccio.
Aye.
Dennington.
Aye.
Stivers.
Aye.
Cook.
Aye.
Panowski's aye. Thank you. Thanks, Kathy, for.
Kathy, enjoy the rest of your trip.
Thank you.
Well, the sun's coming up, so I'm not even going to bed. So good. So you guys have a good night's sleep.